Welcome everyone to the broadcast of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival, and welcome Mr. King to the studio, and welcome to Spain.
Thank you very much indeed. Anna, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Already I'm sensing that this is such a wonderful tournament. There's such a nice atmosphere in the hotel. I've been walking around by the beach today, and yeah, it's great to be here.
It's your first time in Sitges, and this is your first impression that it's a lovely place. The hotel is also set for chess activities, but you also attended a non-chess activity, as far as I know.
Well, absolutely. What I'm realizing now being here is that there's so much else going on apart from the chess. So I was at a tortilla making masterclass this lunchtime. So you might have seen on Twitter, I've posted my efforts there with the frying pan and the eggs and the potato. And it was such good fun, and met loads of really nice people there, and it was delicious, I gotta say, all with the help of a wonderful chef from the hotel, of course, who was giving us some great tips. In fact, Anna, I'm disappointed you weren't there.
I wanted to attend. Last year I attended a cocktail making course, a tapas course, and I can't recall the third one, but there were so many workshops and master classes. But this morning I went into the town with my sister. She's here with me for a few days, so I had to take advantage.
Town looks lovely. I haven't had a chance to look at that yet, but tomorrow is wine tasting.
Ooh,
yes.
Before the broadcast.
Before the broadcast could be dangerous, but I'm looking forward to it.
I'm looking forward to it too.
So listen, this is such an interesting tournament. Some amazing players here, and I kept bumping into all these incredibly strong players in the hotel last night.
Were there any players at the tortilla workshop? I'm wondering.
There were a few, not any of the ones in contention, let's put it like that. Well, anyway, I'm amazed that they couldn't drag themselves away from their computers, because this is Spanish culture. This is just great. I love it.
I agree with you fully. But we're going to see them now through the webcams and on the top boards. We are now left with, I believe, my math is so bad, 17 players on 100% score. And most of the top seeds are not among them. Still very early days, of course, in the tournament. But I mean, what I find exciting about this tournament is that you have, big names like, Anton Korobov is on 3 out of 3. Part of the Ukrainian national team. He's a monster playing for Ukraine. Very, very dangerous player. And he's facing a rising star from Ukraine, Kirill Shevchenko, only 17 years old. Yeah,
that's an interesting one. Will there be pressure on him? And then you've got, as you say, young players, as is Shevchenko, and then you have, Chinese player. I haven't even heard of him before. Li Di.
Li Di is also only 20 years old. Alexander Donchenko on board 3 is 21, and currently he's the number 2 player of Germany behind Nisipiano. It's very impressive to see these talented young players on the top boards, and they are on 3 out of 300% score.
And looking further down, there are so many strong young Indian players here. We just missed them on that first board, but we have Praggnanandhaa and Nihal Sarin who are playing. Moving further down, this is boards 11 to 20. Well, I see an Englishman there. Great to see Stephen Gordon among the pack. He's on 2.5 out of 3. Stephen's an interesting guy. He was working in a very sensible job. I know, this is shocking, isn't it?
You said in past tense. What happened?
Well, he's taking a little break and playing some chess again. So I don't know what's going on there. But anyway, it's great to see him back on the tournament circuit. So good to see him there. But we should look at the top 10 board, shouldn't we?
And of course, we also have our Chuky Cam, since the top seed, Vasily Ivanchuk, is only on 2 points out of 3. But we cannot miss his game.
Chuky Cam, I like the sound of that. It sounds good. I'm really surprised he dropped points already, but last year he actually lost in the first round, didn't he?
He lost in the first round against a 12-year-old boy from India. This year he drew in the first round, so it's progress.
Well, maybe, but speaking of the kids from India, there are 85 players from India in the tournament. That is quite extraordinary. 85 out of a total of I believe 311. Now that is a huge chunk.
Almost a third of the field is from India.
Yeah, and then the next country on the list is of course Spain, and there are 48 players from Spain.
It's incredible that there are more Indian players than local players.
Yeah, well, word's got round. This is a really friendly tournament, really nice tournament, nice atmosphere. Also, they get very good experience playing strong players, so I'm not surprised that it's popular.
Yeah, all the Indian prodigies are here, as you mentioned already. Nihal Sarin and Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh is here as well, Ronak Sadhwani, the rising stars of India.
Should we have a look at the game?
Definitely. Let's start with board one.
Yep.
Anton Karbov is one of the few top seeds who did not lose half a point so far, half a point or full point. Some of the top seeds actually fell victim to lower rated opponents, such as Krishna Sastikiran yesterday losing on board 2. But Anton Karbov on 3 out of 3 and with the white pieces against his compatriot Kirill Shevchenko. It started out with the King's Indian defense. We are just reaching move 4, I believe. I'm just gonna take a look at the camera if there are any new moves, since Bishop G2 is the final move I see.
Don't think so. I mean, this is actually a big choice for black, whether you play solidly with c6 and d5, plonk that pawn in the middle, or whether you play, for example, c5 and you go for a Benoni structure, or whether you play in the traditional King's Indian way with d6 and e5. By the way, Karbov, looking at his massive curly hair, you must have seen that wonderful photo from Maria.
I think it's an emote on Chess.com, so shout out to everyone watching us on Twitch. You can use the Karbov emote if you're a subscriber to Chess.com's channel.
It's turned into an emote, has it? Okay, it's just this fantastic photo. Maria Emelianova took that. Absolute credit to her. It's absolutely superb photo. If you'll find it online, if you want to check that out, it's captured an extraordinary expression.
I think we're going to show the picture soon, and we also see a pair of moves being played: castle kingside and knight to c3. Everything is normal. Of
course, Karbov, I mentioned, fantastic player for the Ukrainian team, but he had a very strong performance recently in Bucharest, in the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz.
Indeed.
Where he was actually leading the tournament. So we know he is a class act. I mean, I would put him as one of the favourites of the tournament without a doubt, ahead of some of the others, but let's see. So very early days there. Oh, knight c6. Now that's an interesting one. That's a little bit unusual.
What does that tell us about Shevchenko's preparation for today?
Well, one, I have no idea. But two, I like it because it shows originality, and he's not prepared. He's prepared to risk a little, to play something a little unorthodox, to try and upset his, renowned opponent. That's great. He's 17 and he's got guts. I like it.
Yeah, he's got guts, and I recall that I was a teammate of his a few years ago in the Spanish league, actually. He competed with my club from Zaragoza. That was 2 or 3 years ago, so he was even younger than now. And he's 17, imagine. He was a kid.
Knight f3 played. Now, it could be that we go back into normal lines with simply d6 here. But I wonder if he can do something a bit left field instead. Hard to imagine. d5, yes!
You like it?
He did. Now so we've actually gone back into a kind of Grunfeld, but it is a little bit unusual committing the knight c6 so early. Well, that's great.
He seems to be in his preparation still.
Yeah, I mean, takes on d5, and then white can simply castle, and then knight b6 actually leads back into normal lines. But I wonder if white can do something a little bit different, because this is a very unusual move order actually.
It is, and also if he was aiming for the Grunfeld, why did he do it this way? Yeah,
indeed, yeah.
It's a bit confusing, but he must have an idea.
Well, maybe there's some extra option that black has in that position after the exchange on d5. I mean, one of them might be to after the exchange and white castles, possibly exchanging on c3 and playing e5. I wonder if that's...
Immediately.
So that leads into a rather different position. So, well, really interesting. So, all right, we'll leave the players to brew on that one. Should we do a tour of the top boards?
We should, but let's bring up the photo first, since you already mentioned Mr. Korolev's portrait
yes.
by Maria Emelianova.
There we are.
I was thinking of a different picture, but there are so many great photos of Anton taken by Maria.
Oh, I mean, that is really extraordinary. Thing is, I want to see what was going on the board.
I'm curious myself.
What was the position? Or maybe he didn't like his dinner, I don't know. or something worse, I'm not sure.
We'll need to ask him about this.
Yeah, absolutely, we should do. Hopefully we'll be able to interview him at some point, because she's captured a wonderful moment there. Great stuff. So board 2, Anna.
Yeah, heading over to board 2, let me open the game. That is the 20-year-old Chinese Grandmaster Li Di against the current French champion, Maxime Lagarde. Let's go through the opening moves. Knight f3, knight f6, c4, e6. This can still transpose to anything, and so it did transpose into a Catalan, open Catalan.
Appropriately enough, the Catalan for where we are, which is good.
Do you think it has an influence on us? It would be a bit too much, right?
Yeah, it would be a bit
Catalonia.
too much. So there we have Maxime Lagarde, not Maxime Vacher-Legrave, but Maxime Lagarde on the left with the black pieces, playing Li Di, who I'm going to confess, I haven't heard of Li Di before. Ding Liren, yes, but not Li Di.
It's got the same consonants, just the rest of the surname is chopped. Li Di.
I think we're getting to that point where, just like with the Indian players, there are now, I suspect, more and more Chinese players are going to be appearing in tournaments, all over the world. And Li Di, his current rating is, let me see, 2543, and he's just 20 years old.
I think I recall seeing his name at the Isle of Man tournament, but I'm just saying it in brackets because I'm not 100% sure. I know I've seen his name recently at an open tournament, but we weren't really covering his game. So for me, as well, he's a new player.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall him. You mean the Grand Swiss this year?
I think so. This year or last year, I've seen his name somewhere. I know.
Okay.
I wouldn't swear that it was Isle of Man.
Yeah. Don't recall it, but anyway, very interesting to see another strong Chinese player, and I suspect severely underrated as well. Now, Maxime Lagarde is rated 2655, a long way ahead of Li Di, who's 2543. But I suspect this is going to be a tough battle for the Frenchman, actually.
I think so, and it's such a classical way of playing with the white pieces. The Catalan, it's a very sound system, not so easy to do something against it as black, unless you take some risks sometimes.
Well, we've got a very interesting position on the board, actually, because Li Di has played knight d2, obviously threatening knight takes pawn on c4, but he's actually offered the pawn on d4. So, I mean, knight takes d4, well, there's the disadvantage of that, of course, is that it neglects development. But, well, I wonder what would happen. Knight takes d4.
Shall we take a look? Knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes d4.
And now, well, we could play simply queen c2 to recover the pawn. And at some moments we're going to be able to hit the queen. But the other way of playing after knight d4 is to play knight c4 and play an endgame. Now, how much I mean, black still has to develop his pieces, and as ever, it's the battle between the bishop, the bishop on the long diagonal from white, and the bishop on c8, which simply can't come into the game. So I think it's a very intriguing moment. White doesn't have to play like this at all.
He doesn't, but it also feels like this is his preparation for today. And then the question is, will Lagarde want to enter in something that seems to be home preparation by Li Di? He hasn't used any time to reach this position.
The thing is, if White manages to play knight takes c4, then White is just better.
So I think he's forced to enter.
Well, the alternative is playing b5, but of course that leaves the diagonal open, and of course White can immediately plunge in and play, knight e5, and then what's going on there? That's okay, that can be taken. There's an exchange on prise. I mean, this blows the position apart, of course. Queen takes d4. Who's better and why? I don't know. I mean, this is a mad position already. So, yeah, I mean, if Li Di has prepared this carefully, then it is very dangerous indeed for Lagarde. Now, Lagarde has taken it. I think he has to. I think he has to do this, actually.
Knight takes d4 seems more logical than b5 without preparation. Like, you don't want to enter an engine-like variation without knowing much about it.
Absolutely, and we have exactly this knight takes c4. So I think we could be, well, black is not obliged to take on f3 and potentially enter this endgame, because there is, for example, pawn to c5, just to hold that knight for a moment. But White always has good compensation in these positions, because that bishop on g2 just cuts across the board, and that bishop on c8 simply can't get in the game. So White always has compensation. But yeah, I think it's really interesting that Lagarde has basically been put on the defensive straight away. Very interesting.
Yeah, we'll need to come back to this board, because Li Di has definitely had this interesting idea for today. It may not refute the system that black is playing. Usually it's not the case, but it's unpleasant. Psychologically it's unpleasant, and we'll need to see if Lagarde finds the best way to react to it.
Very much so. Now listen, I think we've got another photo of Anton Korobov taken by Maria Emelianova.
This is the one I was hoping to see.
Another one.
This is the emote we have on Chess.com, yes.
Well, kind of the other one's more bulgy, but this one is more of a grimace. Just excellent.
And this is from a recent photo exhibition by Maria. We hope to have Mr. Korobov in the studio these coming days, and then we'll ask him about these crucial moments when the photos were taken.
Yeah, definitely.
On board 3, we have, as mentioned, the number 2 player from Germany, Alexander Donchenko, with the white pieces against Srinath Narayanan, who is an Indian grandmaster, also trainer of Nihal Sarin. If I can find the game, I will bring it up for you, Mr. King. I think I have it. Let's just go through the first moves. Another Catalan, as far as I can see, and also the takes c4.
Well, this one...
Not the same move order.
Yeah, this one, of course, is running along more traditional lines, with White recapturing the pawn straight away on c4, so there's no kind of risk. But it's still this question of that bishop on g2 against the bishop on c8, and whether the bishop on c8 can actually enter the game. Because if you play rook b8, it can be attacked by the bishop coming to f4. So black has to be a little bit careful here.
And once again, it's White's preparation, as the clock time shows.
Sure, but it's of course it's a very old line. Yeah. So all right, early days on that one, but not
very early days.
Yeah, I think I've actually played bishop d6 in that position.
Bishop d6. That time.
Sorry, I was about to sneeze there. I just managed to stop in time. I beg your pardon.
You're good. You didn't see me during round 2. That was my allergy peak.
Really?
Yes. It was terrible. I'm hoping it will not come back.
Okay. Yeah, I've played bishop d6 there in order to play rook b8. I think you can actually play rook a7 as well instead of bishop d6.
Oh, interesting.
But it's not clear that the bishop wants to be on d6. But anyway, it's an interesting position.
We'll need to see how Narayan will handle this still very theoretical position. Let's take a quick tour also on the rest of the top board.
Yeah.
Stefansson, grandmaster from Iceland, against Satu Rahman. That's our board 4 clash.
So Hannu Stefansson, I mean, he's been around for a long time. I remember a long time ago, 1987, would you believe?
Really?
I was the second for Michael Adams in the World Under-16 Championship.
I was born that year.
Well, I was the second for Michael Adams, and his big rival in that tournament was Hannu Stefansson. There we see Stefansson on the right there, playing against SP Setaraman.
The 2016 Asian champion. And it was the Dutch defense. Your thoughts on the Dutch defense, Mr. King?
Well, with the greatest respect to Simon, it's a wonderful opening.
That's exactly what I was expecting from you.
Oh, the Dutch introduces a sharp battle. And you need to be in the full of your health to play the Dutch. Let's put it like that. You have to be totally on your game. Otherwise, one should never move the f-pawn from f7. There we are. And white, that pawn should stay on f2.
White as well.
Practical.
No birds opening.
Practical chess.
All right. I'm taking your word for it. Let's see if Setaraman is in his peak and he's fully ready for playing this pawn structure with a weakened king side.
Exactly. There are, of course, pros and cons to every opening. But if you open your king, then you have to be on your mettle the whole time. But I mean, I think this is not an easy game for SP. He's a very strong player, but you can see that he's rated 100 points above Stefansson. But Stefansson, he's a really strong player.
Yeah, the rating doesn't really justify his strength.
Well, I mean, it shows, he's an old guy these days. It's a long time since 1987 and he was playing in the under-16s. He's 47 years old, but we know that he's a very, very strong player, highly experienced, and at his best, I'm not quite sure what his peak rating was, but he's capable of matching the strongest in the world. In that World Under-16, now we're judging his form from 1987. Well, he won the tournament, if I recall.
Ahead of Mickey.
I think he beat Michael in their individual game. I'm pretty sure. And I think he won the gold. We'll have to. I'm going to check on that.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. I think it's an important detail to know if this Dutch defense will stand a chance or not. What happened in 1987? It's all
absolutely.
part of the story.
I might have got that completely wrong.
I'm going to open the rest of the boards in the meantime.
There you go. Hannes
found it already.
Won the World Under-16 Chess Championship in 1987. It's on Wikipedia. It must be true.
It must be true.
There we go. Sometimes I can actually remember stuff. There we go.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So, I mean, what I'm saying from that is that he is a really talented player. We know that from way back. And he's had a really good career.
I think we feel like there's a football match on the way, but it's just the Spanish broadcast of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival.
I would have thought they wouldn't have hit their peak so early in the round.
There must be an exciting game going on. Let's find it.
They've had their afternoon coffee a bit early. Actually, it's El Clasico coming up.
Oh, which day is it? The El Clasico.
I think it's Wednesday.
Is it Wednesday already?
El Clasico.
Ooh.
Not in chess, in football.
Chuky will be watching.
I'll be watching.
I'll be watching.
If we clock off early.
Yeah. Cross fingers.
But it's only they're actually playing in Barcelona. It's up the road. We need tickets, Anna.
We need tickets.
We need tickets. I'm just going to put the word out there.
So you need 2 other commentators then.
We're being told that we might need 2 other commentators and not just tickets. I think our boss has just given us the word. That's a no then. We'll watch it on TV later. Okay,
It's also something.
So we've moved on.
Yes, we moved over to board 5. Tabata Bay is the winner of the Night Blitz tournament that took place 2 days ago. I think there will be another one coming up, but so far he is our Blitz champion here in Sitges. He's only 18 years old and he won the Beal Masters this year. So definitely one of the rising stars of Iran. He's facing Levan Aroshidze, yesterday's surprise winner. He beat Praggnanandhaa Analysis on board 2, and we had the honor of having him in the studio analyzing his game.
I passed Tabatai today on the bike.
On the bike?
Well, I was walking along the promenade, and he and Parham Maghsoodloo, of course, from Iran, they almost ran me over. Actually, they I was kind of, in my own world, just walking along, and they were kind of wobbling along, talking to each other, and what happened? They sort of veered quickly. But anyway, they seem very relaxed. That's the great thing about here. As I was walking along the promenade, all these chess players, occasionally they do move away from their computers.
They do, especially in such a nice atmosphere. I think it's inspiring for them to be here.
Well, it's really chilled. So many players out on their bikes by the sea, beautiful sea air, and it's great.
Every hotel guest has their own bikes, so I also have met a couple of grandmasters on their bikes, and the rest of the crew usually by the soccer tables. Table soccer tables, that's not how you say it, soccer tables, I meant, and also their ping pong tables.
Yeah, table football.
Yes.
Exactly. And and the ping pong and the swimming pool, and we'll talk about that another time.
So many activities.
Okay, this game. This is very familiar actually. This is a very old line.
Let's show you move by move from the beginning.
Taimanov Sicilian. If we go back to, my goodness, Fischer Taimanov, 1971. Seriously, this actual line they're playing.
The G3 variation against the Taimanov.
Well, and this exact line that they go down.
Castle, knight takes d4, queen takes, bishop c5, bishop f4.
Very important finesse, bishop f4. Do you play this?
I sometimes played it with the white pieces, yes.
Yeah, important finesse to play. And now, if the queens are exchanged, then white actually has a very pleasant endgame because the dark squares are so weak. So
d6 must be played, and then queen to d2, h6, and rook d1, e5. The only way to keep the d6 pawn on the board, bishop b3, bishop e6, and after the trade on c5, a4, and knight d5. Yeah,
it's an interesting position because, usually black exchanges on d5, takes with the bishop, and so the pawn recaptures, and then black has to decide whether to blockade on d6 or throw in e4. And then potentially we get an exchange of the d pawn for an e pawn. So if we play bishop takes knight here. Now the question is, do we need to blockade this pawn or do we play e4? So basically black has to decide which strategy he's going to go for. And if he plays e4, then often we can get an exchange of pawns. And maybe e4 is premature here.
Still with the king in the middle.
Yeah, the king in the middle. Of course, white can play c4 to hold that pawn. But then castles. Okay, we're getting into an involved position already. But so black is ready to protect the pawn with rook e8. This is a really tense position actually. It's been played many times. This particular line, but that's interesting. So I'm curious to see what kind of new ideas they have in this position. Actually,
I think we still don't have a new move after knight d5, but we will keep an eye on this. So we are talking about the board that is at the back of this webcam view, Levin Aroshidze on the left side, wearing a black sweater.
Yeah, in front, with the light blue sweater. Now, who's that? I'm confused.
Let me see.
That must be Andreas Kaliris?
No, the boards are not next to.
Oh, they're not actually next to each other. I'm confused.
This is Austin.
Oh, yeah,
I
of course.
should recognize
It's my
him.
compatriot.
Yes, I was thinking so.
David Eggleston.
It's Chucky.
Yeah, against Chucky. Oh, that's the
Oh,
Chucky
the
Cam.
Chucky Cam.
Yeah. I apologise.
That's why it didn't make sense, because they have 2 points out of 3. But since it's Vasily Ivanchuk with the white pieces against Eggleston, we have this camera angle on that board as well.
I do apologise. My goodness.
I was also not recognizing him immediately. It must be the angle.
Yeah, he looks different today. I don't know.
He's shaved.
Anyway, he's playing Chucky, so that is obviously a tough one. But
I think now that we mentioned that game, I'll need to bring it up and see how he's doing out of the opening. So that's board 20, 30, 40 something, but we have moved it to the VIP area.
They're both on 2 out of 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk has his own camera, of course. He's the top seed of the tournament, even if he is struggling in the first rounds, but it's always great to see his games. Never a boring game. I've never seen a boring game by Chuky.
Okay, if you just...
Have you seen his name?
Yeah. Keep going. Top. That's it, top.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
That is the current position. The Queen's Indian defense. Also quite a standard position.
Yeah, with the exchange of dot squared bishops, it feels like a fairly comfortable version for white, actually. That queen on d2 can sometimes just edge out to f3 in some circumstances. Who knows? Maybe. But he's starting to invest a fair bit of time.
I think we can come back to this game later on. At the moment, it's a solid structure for black, but I agree with you. It's pleasant that the dark squared bishops have been traded.
But nothing outrageous so far. It's solid stuff. Okay, shall we continue our tour of the top 10 board? So we will go to Andreas Kelires against Daniele Vocaturo, my namesake, another Daniel.
Kelires' game was the one that I could not finish analyzing. So when we finished the broadcast, he was still playing against Igor Kovalenko on board 4. And Simon and I left saying that that's going to be a draw, there's nothing to play for, it's just an equal position. We even emphasized that if it wasn't the fact that Kovalenko is higher rated, they already would have agreed in a draw, because it was just an equal endgame, minor piece endgame, symmetrical pawn structure. And then I checked the results and I see Kelires won the game, so Kovalenko may have pushed too much, but he didn't want to offer a draw when he should have, and therefore Kelires is now on 3 out of 3. I mean, deserved, of course, because he was fighting the whole game, and Kovalenko, I think, pushed too much yesterday. But now it is Kelires with the white pieces against Daniele Vocaturo from the Olympic team of Italy.
Well, that is an unusual decision that Kelires has made. Can we just go back to the beginning?
Would you like to show it from the very beginning?
Yeah.
So it was a Benoni defense. Everything normal so far.
Okay, and here's where it gets a little bit abnormal.
Yeah.
Because he went bishop f4, and after so bishop f4, and after bishop f5, he changed his mind. He played bishop g5.
I don't play the Benoni with either colors. Are you aware of this being a variation that you on purpose play bishop f4 and then
to me
bishop
that looks
g5?
extremely odd, to play bishop g5, to bishop f4 and then bishop g5, and to voluntarily give up your dark squared bishop So let's just see after h6.
Now knight d2, and after bishop c8. Well,
Okay, we're preempting e4.
yes, but
Yeah.
maybe that's why bishop f4. In this position, I'm just thinking.
Right.
With the bishop on f4, black can't play knight d7.
Mm-hmm.
So he kind of provokes bishop f5. Bishop f5 is one of the few useful moves for black, and then he plays bishop g5, saying that the bishop on f5 is not useful.
Okay, I think.
It's a bit twisted, but I'm trying to understand the logic behind this.
Okay, just keep rolling on because.
Yeah, let's see. And now
he gives up the dark square bishop.
Yeah.
Oh,
Was it
okay.
needed? Knight c4 was the capture on c3 needed? Well, he is threatening all sorts of knight jumps.
True. Is it that serious? Maybe. I just have this instinctive dislike of giving up my beautiful bishops.
Yeah, also, since after knight d2 the bishop had to go back, but the case is that if black simply develops, then this bishop will run out of squares.
True.
Beautifully trapped.
Yeah. Okay. So there's more to this than meets the eye, then, basically. Yeah, I agree that with the bishop on c8 and knight c4, in fact, yeah, knight b5 is irritating. All right. So he took and played b5. So, in that sense, in that way, he's relieved the pressure on d6 and starts his queenside play. Very unusual. I suspect that he's reluctant to play knight e3 because of rook takes knight.
Ooh, you think that black would go for it? Knight d3, rook takes e3.
Yeah. Then put a knight on e5, knight d7.
Positional exchange sacrifice.
Beautiful position for black.
Yeah.
It's probably better for white.
Trust you
It's
for the
probably beautiful. Yeah, beautiful, but I don't know. Well, but how do you?
It's lacking a few tempi to have the ideal setup. If black manages to place, develop all the pieces, then it will be fine.
It's as you say. It's all about time, isn't it? It's whether white has time to actually disrupt black on the queen side with a4 and open some files. But I suppose you can. Do you know what? Maybe you should be canny and play knight d7 first. But I don't know. It's a gift. It's a gift. I would do it. The knight looks stupid on e3, but I just wanted to point it out. I would do it in an instant. In blitz, you do it in an instant. So instead of knight e3, probably knight d2. And then, let's see. Now a4 is starting to happen. Well, I suppose knight d7 again, but I'm not quite sure how we're dealing with a4.
a4, and the problem is that black cannot protect the pawn with a6 because there's a pin on the a file. I feel like the classical is on already.
I think it is. I don't know if that could be.
I think our
picked up.
microphones are not picking
No.
up what we can hear the Spanish broadcast from our studio. It's basically a few meters away from us, but there's a wall separating the two studios.
That's mad. Absolutely mad.
Shout out to Divis and Pepe, of course, they are doing their trademark broadcast.
Okay, so right, it's an interesting position, but it's not so clear. I think he's actually played knight d2 now.
Has he? Let me see. Knight d2
I think
indeed.
so, yeah. Yeah, with the idea a4. Actually, a little bit of a messy position. Okay, let's move on. So we've got S.L. Narayanan against Lev Yankelevich.
Lev Yankelevich played one of the most exciting games yesterday, but we thought that he was in an inferior position, and inferior in a sense that we thought that his king was going to get mated. It didn't happen. He was playing with the black pieces against Andreas Heimann on board 10, and Heimann went for a kingside attack that looked very promising, and we were looking for some crushing attack sacrifices, but nothing worked. So to the eye, it looked like white had something. White had to have a crucial line where he's winning, But according to our viewers, they checked it with the engine, it was just a slight advantage for white. So optically he was winning, but in reality there was nothing concrete, and maybe that's why Hyman started using more time, calculated something, but nothing was really working, and Jankelevich turned the tables. I played against him in the Isle of Man tournament, the last time I played the tournament.
And?
I won.
Well done! Excellent. I thought, hang on, why is Anna mentioning this?
Because yesterday the viewers reminded me, I forgot I played.
Are you serious?
Stevis5, shout out to Stevis5, who said yesterday in the chat that I played against him.
Okay, well anyway, that's brilliant. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was one of my last few decent games.
And we have this, again, one of these funny variations where black is playing a kind of martial gambit, trying to give up pawns. So far, white isn't taking them, but should we just go from the top very
Let's
quickly?
do that. So it was another Rudolf. I'm saying another because in the previous rounds there were plenty, but today not many e4, e5s. At least we haven't seen any other ones so far. As Danny said, black wants to give up this e5 pawn by pushing d5, allowing the opening of the e file, but white does not want to capture it.
Well, after knight e5, black will play knight d4. This is the big idea, to take the light squared bishop. That means the light squared bishop on b7 has no opponent. And it's difficult for white to get the space somehow. But instead, white has played a4.
Knight takes e5 and a4, not interested in capturing the pawn.
Not yet. And black has played knight d4. So black is kind of almost insisting that white takes this pawn in the middle, but we certainly don't want to take now because that will damage the pawns after knight takes b3.
So he played knight b d2, allowing the capture.
So then the knight comes to b3, and I suppose then the e5 pawn is under fire. And there's also knight a5 to take the bishop.
I like this square a lot for the knight.
At least, we get the bishop back. So, okay, that's an interesting idea, but of course black doesn't need to take that.
He's thinking in this moment, Lev Jankelevich.
Yeah, that's actually a little bit uncomfortable for black, because whenever this pawn is defended with black playing pawn to f6, then it weakens that diagonal. That doesn't look so pleasant. So, for example, if black plays, let's say, knight takes knight on f3. So knight takes f3, the black pawn is attacked, now f6. Then this is one of those moments when white plays d4. I should say this is not going to happen. I'm just saying what would happen if black plays kind of those standard obvious moves. And after black exchanges on d4, then we play knight takes d4. And yeah, exactly.
Painful.
Told you, Anna. You see, you don't move your f pawn. It's fatal. Absolutely fatal.
I agree. Black is lost. Well, maybe not lost immediately, but it's looking very unpleasant.
Yeah, it's unpleasant. And the b pawn's attacked as well. So
f6 is not recommendable, so taking on f3 may not be.
Yeah, so that's actually slightly awkward. I just wonder whether it might be best to take on b3 and then find some way of giving up a pawn and using the two bishops.
But also take care of knight a5.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose f6 runs into d4 again. And pawn takes knight f takes d4.
Yeah, with the threat of these knight jumps,
yeah,
it's unpleasant.
But I suppose it depends whether we can hold that with queen d7. Don't know.
Oh, still in the.
Well, yeah. Queen d7.
Oh, sorry. Am I showing that? No, it's not this position. It jumped back to the wrong one. Let me show the position you meant. So after knight d2, taking here. And
f6
and d4 takes and queen d7.
Yeah, I just wonder whether black can get away with that. There's still knight a5, rook b8.
Well, white can also start with knight a5 instead of d4
Sure.
to annoy. Oh, it keeps jumping back to the position I don't want to show. Let me play out the moves again. If we play knight a5 first,
rook
although
b8.
bishop b4 will be an issue.
Yeah.
So maybe I haven't achieved much with this. No, you're right. That
Well, we have to.
doesn't.
Yeah, we have to. We just have to take on b7. We need to take it anyway.
And
So it probably
then-
doesn't make much difference. Take on b5, just to get the a file, and then we play d4. White's better.
Yeah.
It's just more comfortable for white, but not fatal. Let's say.
I really wonder what game are they looking at.
I think we're missing
haven't
something.
seen that game.
Listen, let's move on because I want to see what's happening with Ramesh Bubu Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, and before we move over to that board, reminder that we have a question every day for you guys, and you can tell us about your opinion by using the hashtag Sitgess on Twitter to today's question, which is, what is the best way for open tournament players to prepare for a game?
And we have 3 options for you. Option 1 is studying opening lines.
We have a poll, apparently. That's what
There's a
the
poll on
is reading
Chess.com.
out.
Studying opening lines. Take some rest or something else, which
Ooh,
leaves.
something else.
What would your something else be, Anna?
A tortilla workshop.
Tortilla workshop, exactly.
Riding a bike and then riding almost over Mr. K by the beach.
Exactly. But actually, I just want to pick up on that because there's a tweet from Stefan Wojciechowski Holvad. Apologies if I've butchered the pronunciation of your name. But he says, I remember that during the Isle of Man, someone, yes, it was David Howe, said that he did not consult the pairings for the next day. That's right, that was exactly David, who basically didn't want to get het up thinking the night before about who he was playing. And Stefan says, I tried the same technique for the London Classic FIDE Open. Ended up sleeping better than usual, even with some games finishing rather late. Thank you, Stefan, for your tweet. I think it's really interesting. And do you know, I think this is a really good point, that I think sometimes, you know, we could all get too involved with the preparation and end up, you know, suddenly trying to refute the Petrov in one morning or something like that. Well, you know, you can't do it.
And it's better to be well rested for the game. It can last up to 5 hours. You need your energy at the board. I fully agree with Stefan that this could be a good way to do it. I know most players would not be able to. You're too curious. Who's my opponent?
Well, I think the point is that actually maybe most of your preparation for a tournament should be done before the tournament starts.
Absolutely.
And actually during a tournament, yes, Stefan, I think you got it right. Just chill, you know, go off and have a cup of tea, do the crossword, ride a bike, you know, tortilla workshop.
Absolutely, tortilla workshop too.
Okay, shall we move on? Anyway, we invite your comments. And
using the hashtag Sunway Sitges, you can let us know about your thoughts on what chess players do for preparing for an open tournament.
we want to, we'll give, I'm going to say we're going to have a prize. We won't give a prize. We'll give you a shout out for the best suggestion for preparing for a game of chess. Answers on a postcard. Okay, next game.
The shout out by Mr. King is a very, very precious prize.
Doesn't happen very often.
See, that's why it's a precious prize.
Okay.
Moving on to board 8, our top female player. She's on 3 out of 3, Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia, facing one of the youngest grandmasters in history, was the 4th youngest grandmaster in history, Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, so Prag is 14 now.
Getting so old.
He's getting really old. Yeah, yesterday he was 12. I don't know. I saw him in London actually during the London Chess Classic, and yeah, he was of course playing the FIDE Open there and did extremely well. And I saw him at there was a big closing banquet, and he was where lots of the star players came around, and they kind of give a simultaneous. It's like a tandem simul. So like Magnus Carlsen makes a move on one board, and then the next grandmaster comes round and plays on the same board. So they haven't got a clue what the previous guy's been playing, but they have to just make a move, and it's like one board per table. So there's like 10 of you on a table. Great fun, really good fun.
Did he participate in that time, or he was just observing?
No,
He would be too strong to play that.
Oh no, he wasn't playing against Magnus.
I think he wouldn't be allowed to play it.
He was one of the guys coming round.
Okay.
Yeah. I played against them.
Did you? Tell us about the game.
Well, it was a hard fought game. On my team was Levon Aronian's wife, Ariana Kaoli, and some other very fine guests, including some financiers in the city. It's basically a fundraiser. This big dinner at the closing thing. So basically, it's like a big consultation game. So the players, people on the table, everyone chips in their suggestions. Dominic Lawson, who's the president of the English Chess Federation, was on our table. Actually, a very accomplished chess player who contributed very well, and it was fantastic fun. Yeah, a hard-fought game.
Hard-fought game. Let's put it that way. The result is a hard-fought game.
It was fine. I'm not going to say
the most important is the cause, and it was a fundraiser for charity.
It was a fundraiser for the Chess in Schools and Community charity run by director is Malcolm Payne, and they have they're trying to get into every school in the country, basically running programs, but not just schools. They've started some programs in prisons in the country, and have had tremendous feedback from the prisons as well, and it's a really popular program in the prisons as well.
That's very impressive to use chess as a tool for personal development. That
we had a little talk during this dinner by one of the governors of one of the prisons, who was just amazed by the progress that people had made in the prison. So really interesting program going on in the UK at the moment, actually. Shall we have a look at the game?
Yes, absolutely, Bob. We hope to hear more about the program, and that more and more countries will take up such programs in schools and prisons, everywhere where chess can help to improve certain skills.
Yep. So we've got a really interesting battle in this game between Batsiashvili and Praggnanandhaa. Can we just go right from the beginning? Because
of course
we've got Batsiashvili has played a really uncompromising variation against the King's Indian. We can see them there, Pragg just looking away from the camera against Batsiashvili. And Batsiashvili has played this line with h3, and I think she's about to go g4 by the look of it.
Should it play g4, move 8?
So white is basically pressing black on the king side and preventing black's usual, after the knight moves, pawn to f5, blowing up the position. Now Pragg is playing in a really positional way, because you can go for f5 and then chaos ensues, but instead, obviously later, but instead
he's placing the bishop on f6.
Really positional, wanting to exchange off the so-called bad bishop. In fact, this bad bishop isn't always bad in the King's Indian. Let's see how things have gone.
h6 after queen d2.
Okay, first of all, I just want to know.
This one.
Bishop takes h6. We just play g5? Yeah, g5.
Traps the bishop.
Yeah, okay, that sorts that one out. Just checking.
Yeah, I was looking at it myself. What's going on?
Early
broadcast.
It was simpler than we thought, actually, because I was looking at rook takes bishop at bishop g5, trying to trap the queen. It's not trapped. What's going on? And then g5. Okay, so
Castle
castles.
queen side. Logical, after pushing g4, white wants the castle on the opposite flank. Bishop g5 and f4.
You don't need to play f4 there, actually. You could. You can just play king b1, actually, and put the knight on c1, and yeah, these. Just play it very slowly with white. You know, it's not such a big deal that these bishops have been exchanged off, actually.
She wanted to preserve the bishop, it seems, but from the time management, I'm judging that she is not that familiar with the position.
And of course, after this, the knight reaches the dream square e5. But white does have a lot of space.
She played bishop e2 to develop the bishop, take care of these squares.
It's whether white is able to get in h4 at some moment to just disrupt.
h4 in the right moment.
Yeah, just to blow things up completely.
How about black's development?
Yeah. Well, one question is, what's the king going to do, actually?
It's gonna take some tempo to look after the king if he wants to develop the queen side.
So we should say that in the foreground we have Alexander Donchenko against Srinath Narayanan. We'll go back to that game because that looks pretty interesting. But and we're actually looking at the game between Batsiashvili just behind them against Praggnanandhaa. Okay, so what should black play here? I mean, I think castling kingside is just inadvisable here because h6 looks too weak, and I think h4 sooner or later is going to be quite painful. But there's no immediate way we can actually blow it up.
What would be an ideal setup for black? What do you think if he could just make 2-3 moves without any involvement of white?
Not so simple. Well, I'd probably start with playing knight c5 and a4. Maybe we should do that before thinking about what we're going to do with the king. So if we play knight c5.
Good idea. Obviously, black is not scared of the dark squared bishop being traded.
Yes, please.
This is not an option. And the knight is looking very nice on c5, e5 and c5 knights.
Well, you know, after we start playing a4 and bishop d7, and you just never know, something might turn up here. Even later, either c6 or b5. And maybe even running the queen round to b8, a7, something like this, I don't know. But it depends whether, you know, white can actually get things going with h4. So, you know, I'd be interested, let's just have a look. So knight c5. What can white do in the meantime?
When do you think would be an ideal moment for h4? What does it take to push h4?
Okay, well, should we play it? Let's just play h4.
Sacrificing.
It's the move I want to make, because now we actually, I know this looks a bit clunky, but we can actually play knight g2 here.
And there's a pin on the h5, so the bishop can't go back to g5.
Exactly.
I'm just going to show it real quick. This is very bad. So if the bishop cannot go back to g5, then it's going to be bishop f6 or bishop e7, and the h6 pawn is hanging. The g4 pawn is hanging too.
But after bishop f6 we've...
g5 you mean?
Yeah, I was toying with the idea, but I'm not sure. It's not great, is it? Takes rook, bishop takes... Nah, not good enough. Because the knight on g2 doesn't look very good. And if bishop h6, g4 is on, it's not, I don't think it's good enough.
Yeah, and because of the hanging pawn and also what you pointed out, the knight is misplaced on g2.
Yeah, I think we should go back. the thing is, if we move the knight from f4, if we play knight g2, it sort of straightens things out. But I don't know. Just okay. Let's play knight g2. Let's see.
So if black will take here or later on e3, you'll capture with the knight. I'm assuming on e3 to improve the position of the knight, and otherwise you want to push h4.
Yeah, it's a bit clunky. Do you know what I mean? It feels like we're doing this manually. It feels slow, but and also, you know, after the exchange of bishops, that knight, both knights look absolutely splendid. So I'm not convinced by my own move, but I can't think of anything really to get things going, actually.
I think you must be right. It's not that simple for white, even though white is ahead in development, but it's not so easy to take advantage of it here.
But Pragg is having a think. He hasn't actually has he played? No, he hasn't moved yet, actually. He hasn't played knight c5 yet.
What else do you think he's considering, or he's just taking a moment to...
I suppose, you know, these lines with h4 are quite sharp, so you know, maybe he's just checking something, or, you know, maybe we've missed something. I don't know. Should we move on?
Absolutely. Let's see board 9. Raymond Song was also a surprise winner of yesterday. He beat Spanish Grandmaster Ivan Salgado in a position where we once again thought with Simon that Salgado was going for the initiative. He's sacrificing a pawn, and then he wins an exchange. Everything is going great. It didn't turn out well for white, and Song won his game, apparently from Chinese Taipei, a 25-year-old player. And his opponent is one of the top seeds, ranked Malcolm Young, but Malcolm Young is only on 2.5 points out of 3. I think we see them at the back.
They're at the back, yeah, that's SP, isn't it? Against Stefansson, so yeah, but they're behind the back of the screen. Ooh!
Song is playing very quickly today too. That's what Salgado told me yesterday, that it was really unpleasant, that it felt like his opponent prepared the variation that was on the board, even though Salgado doesn't play that line often, and it just seemed like as if he prepared it all the way to move 20-something.
Well, Anna, we've got the same situation here. Song has played extremely quickly. So he's still got an hour and 21 on the clock.
Yeah.
Malcolm Young, 54 minutes remaining. Only 54 minutes. Should we just go back and take a look very quickly from the start?
Yes, he went for, well, from here on it could still be a King's Indian, a Grunfeld. He went bishop g7 and then d5, so a Grunfeld type of position. This is still a traditional way of handling the Grunfeld. I was thinking,
knight h4. Okay.
That was being traditional.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I saw Ahmad Adli win a really nice game using this idea, actually.
Tell us about knight h4. What is the point?
Well, you've put me on the spot there.
Sorry, I thought you remembered the game.
Yeah, well, vaguely, yeah. So after e5, you know, we can play d5.
d5.
Yeah. And
the knight has to go somewhere. I'm assuming there aren't too many good squares if I place the knight on e7.
yeah, e4.
I think we're going to come back with this position.
Okay.
Very fascinating variation. Knight h4 played by Raymond Song. He's the lowest rated player on 100% score. So we're going to come back with this game and the remaining action from round 4 after a very short break.
See the light of a new day dawning. Feel the love from a beating heart. And you know that we'll never say never if we ever get the chance. And it's good to be alive. So good to be alive. This feeling's running high. Oh, life is crawling and the world is beautiful. So beautiful. Life is calling, yeah, life is calling.
Welcome back to the Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and there's a very nice shot from the webcam, a strange reflection. Can we see the sea there?
I believe so. I think this is just outside the playing hall, so we are looking through the glass and you can also see the reflection of the sea on the windows. Beautiful.
Yeah, we should say the hotel here is right by the Med, and it's just wonderful. You know, at night, you know, when you're in your room, you hear the wonderful waves from the sea. It's so relaxing. It's absolutely wonderful.
I love to fall asleep to the waves of the sea because I didn't grow up in a country that has a sea, so I'm fascinated whenever I can be at the seaside.
It's a great feeling. It's a great feeling. Yeah. So let's just repeat our daily question, which was, you know, what's the best way for open tournament players to prepare for a game?
And you can use the hashtag Sunway Sitges to tell us your opinion. I think we already have some answers.
Yeah, we have Stephen Gradijan. Thank you very much for your reply. He said there's number one best way to prepare for a game, but here are the better ones. I'm not quite sure what that means, but anyway, he lists these. Number one, play Puzzle Rush on Chess.com to get the juices flowing. Number two, learn the French and Dutch.
Oh, I agree with the first one.
Number three, watch Ginger GM's DVDs.
Very good.
Very good. Number four, watch Anna Chess's videos.
Oh, that's so good.
Very good. Five, eat chocolate.
Very good.
Number six, watch Patience by Anna on YouTube.
Oh, no, that's not a good preparation.
And he does.
But thank you, very kind.
It does actually say PS, watch Daniel King Chess too. Thank you very much. I got a PS at the end, finally. Well, yeah, some very nice suggestions there. So please, if you want to reach out to us on hashtag Sunway Sitges, and we'd like your suggestions for the best way to prepare for a game of chess.
Yeah, and I see Monkey Chess in the chat. Shout out to Grandmaster Roland Prusser. He was with me covering the first round of the event. He's saying, I agree with the Dutch completely.
Okay. Well, we'll have to come back to the game we had earlier with the Dutch, and we'll see how that one's going on a sample of one. And can we just go to the game we're looking at between Song and Melkumian, because I was getting confused, this idea with knight g4, and I'd seen Ahmed Adli use something like this before, but the idea was to prevent e5, but it must be a slightly different position, because I think black can simply play e5 here without any problems. But anyway, he didn't. He went a5.
And after f4, a4, not caring about the king side at all, just gaining space on the queen side.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a curious idea to play knight h4 and f4. I mean, obviously this is about preventing black playing from e5. I mean, it might be potentially later on a kind of kingside demonstration, a kingside attack, but actually it's about preventing black from breaking in the middle with pawn to e5.
And Song apparently played the first couple of moves very quickly, so at this stage of the game he was still in his preparation. That's what we could read from the time management. Bishop e6, bishop d2, knight a6, queen c2, bishop d5, and I believe this is the current position. f5 has just been played by Raymond Song.
Okay, so he's managing to get this move in. It's not absolutely clear how much this advance achieves at the moment, but we'll see. You never know. Exchanging on g6, putting a knight on g5. Suddenly there's pressure on f7 and g6. Yeah, okay, all right. Could be dangerous. I'm starting to change my mind. It shows I have one. I mean, for an open tournament, good hacking move.
Yes, and a reminder that Raymond Song was one of the surprise winners of yesterday's round, beating Ivan Salgado, who is also about 200 rating points above Song, 150 rating points at least.
I wonder in this position if black has to play e6 actually, or e5.
All right, one of the
these
on the e5, e6,
yeah.
e5.
Well, the point is that of course, once we move the e-pawn, that white's knight can't come to g5. I mean, but let's just give an example of a random move for black. Let me play a random bad move, c6, a nothing move. So I'm just wondering if it's possible to play either knight g5 straight away, or exchange on g6 first. So let's exchange on g6 first and go knight g5. I want to see if it's possible.
Eyeing the f7 square, and this bishop is being traded.
Yeah, and simply threatening knight g6 actually, as well as, yeah.
Oh, with the queen coming in on g6.
Exactly.
I like it.
It looks dangerous, so that's why I want to play e5 instead, or e6. But I think e5.
e5 or e6 that controls the g5 square with the queen.
And then
It's also quite committal if there's a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of f6.
yeah, and then I was wondering if the bishop. I mean, the bishop can go to either h6 or f8, but I was wondering if we could go back to h8, and then, well, that f pawn could be vulnerable.
This is the kind of bishop placement that's either going to be good if you manage to win the f6 pawn, but if you don't, you're playing the whole game with the piece down.
And more to the point, you look like an idiot, don't you? This is the kind of move
More
you think.
importantly.
Yeah, you kind of think, oh God, could I risk that? It'd be so embarrassing if I lose it. You know, there's a lot of pressure from people watching your games, and you just think, oh God, it looks so bad. I just can't. But actually, it might be a good move. But would you risk it? Would you risk looking like a complete idiot? That's the problem.
I do that all the time. But maybe not bishop h8. I don't like this move much.
Yeah, but the thing is, we might be picking up the pawn with knight f6, and we can take on e4 as well. Have I convinced you yet to look like an idiot and play bishop h8?
I can look like an idiot at any point in my life, but bishop h8?
We all can.
I'm not sure.
You're not convinced. So
Would you play it, Mr.
I would
Craig?
actually. Yeah. I think sometimes you got to risk your dignity and just go for it. So it's the position is actually f5, I think.
Yes, f5, and I believe black still hasn't made a decision here. Graf Malcolmian, higher rated, he's one of our top seeds, but he has half a point less than Song. Song is on 100% score, while Malcolmian dropped a half a point already.
Maybe e6 is a little bit more solid. We're still with the idea of going bishop h8 because we've got knight d7.
All right, knight d7, and the bishop is protected by d5. Shout out to all of you tuning in the chat. I'm just looking at the Twitch chat, and special shout out to Benjamin, who came up with the very famous phrase about what matters in life.
Ah, yes.
And that broadcast. And why I'm always number 2 in best case. We're talking about Mr. King's hair, of course.
Early days on the hair front. Early days. I'm just getting up your answers. Speaking about our daily question. Hi, Kevin Winter, who's just tweeted, "Hi, Anna and Daniel, enjoying the commentary." Thank you very much, Kevin.
You.
Heard the story that Dutch IM Gerard Welling went into a tournament without any prep or knowledge of pairings whatsoever, but concentrated on sleep and pre-game walks and had his best ever result. There we are. Some more evidence that just chilling might be for the best.
I kind of agree. I wish I could have always done it when I still competed, but I know that my best ever tournament, I barely prepared during the rounds or for the rounds, because it was a system with double rounds. So I decided if I want to have energy for the games, I cannot prepare. And I had grandmaster opponents, and I turned up at the board barely knowing what they even play. But it actually worked out. I don't think it can always work out, but it depends. Resting, preparation.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I've had my best tournaments when I've prepared like a lunatic before the games, actually. So it's a tough one, isn't it? And yeah, there's this famous anecdote that Jan Timman wrote about in one of his books, where he and Hans Böhm, this was in the early 70s, they had this kind of training camp where they did lots of long walks and runs, and took their physical condition very seriously before the tournament. But somehow, I think during the tournament they were just kind of so they had so much energy, but they didn't know what to do with it, and it just didn't work out at all. And they went back to their usual thing of going to the bar and smoking and drinking, and somehow it all worked out for much for the best. But it's whatever you feel comfortable with. I think this is the thing.
Yeah, I think it's really important to point out that it's such an individual thing. Some people do better when they prepare 6 hours a day for the round. Others may not even look at the repertoire of their opponents, but just walk or take the bike. It depends on your personality and what you feel confident about. But we would like to know your opinion. Keep tweeting at us using the hashtag Sunway Sitges.
But I think, we just have to look at the physical condition of the world champion. And he prepares himself very seriously. And I think...
In between events, maybe.
In between events, yeah. But actually during events, I get the impression, again, that for him, it's about a good night's sleep is the most important thing.
It is. He doesn't really get up early, ever. Good night's sleep, good food, not too much food. He takes a lot of care of eating healthy and light before the games.
Yes, yeah. Okay, should we move on? Anna.
I just wanted to tell you that there was a move here after f5, which was not the pawn push, but rook to f8.
Oh, rook f8.
Connected to your anecdote, Nunya Business 64 in the chat said, one night's drinking is worth a year's thinking. Your thoughts on that, Mr. King? Tomorrow is the wine tasting.
I'm going to be there. I've booked my spot for the wine tasting already. I'm looking forward to it. I'm commentating. It's going to be a loose session, I'm telling you. Rook f8. Now, you see, he's worried about this attack, but I don't know. I'd have gone with e6.
What is this about? Yeah,
well, it's protecting him. Yeah, he's worried about taking knight g5. Let's just play that anyway. Let's go knight g5. Now this could get rather fruity if we play e6 and then white can go knight h7.
Boom!
Yeah, that's a boom moment. There was actually e4 is probably a good move there as well. But
this is more of a boom.
Yeah, but e4 is just good.
Defending the knight, taking control of the center.
Okay, so after knight g5, we should take on g2 first, of course. I'm losing my mind already.
How do you want to take back on g2?
Well, that's the thing, because after king g2, then there's always potentially a little loose check on d5, but I don't really want to put the knight back on g2 either. I think we're going to have to go king g2 and just roll with it. Queen d5, it's a bit annoying. I don't really want to play e4 and give up the e pawn, not yet. Too early for that, I think. And I don't really want to go.
It takes g2.
Probably we should do that.
Interesting position. It doesn't seem like there's anything concrete, but there's some pressure on black. If he had to go rook f8, there is clearly pressure.
I don't like the knight on a6. Knight on a6 is a really poor piece.
Yeah, it's not coming toward b4 ever.
I don't, it's shut out of the game, and I think white is in with a shout here. I have to say, I would rather have played e6 than rook f8. I'm sure if we looked at a machine, then it would tell us that rook f8 is wonderful, and there's anyway. I have no idea. Just from a human point of view, Don't like the knight on a6. It feels like white's got something there. Listen, should we go back to board 1?
We should definitely go back to
Yeah.
board 1, and we'll also visit the Chuky camera because
Ah, yes,
I see
Chucky Cam.
it's being requested in the chat. Kurbov playing on the top board. He's a 3-time Ukrainian champion facing a 17-year-old Ukrainian grandmaster, Kirill Shevchenko.
So there's Shevchenko there, as we see our 2 Ukrainian flags. Well, we've had quite a few developments since we last looked. Should we just catch up?
Yes, we left it way back. Where was it actually? Here, d5, c takes, knight takes, castle, knight b6.
So they've actually transposed back into a very normal line after this funny knight c6 stuff. Yeah, okay.
e3, rook e8, h3, e5, d5, knight a5, knight d2, everything seems normal. c6 is the idea of allowing all this. d takes, knight takes, a4, a5, knight d, e4, queen e7, knight d6, rook d8, knight takes, rook takes. So white has got the pair of bishops, but black finally has finished his development and actually is ahead in development at the moment.
So how much is this for white? We like the bishops, but how do we bring the bishop on c1 into the game? This, of course, is white's problem.
It won't be easy. There isn't really a clear route for it. Even if it was on a3, it can be, the diagonal of the bishop can be closed with knight to b4.
Yeah,
and you can't just really push the b pawn with the c file open.
I think, there's an immediate problem with b3 because there's actually knight b4.
Knight b4 and everything is wrong with that position. I'm drawing all the arrows, but I think I should just place it on the board. Oh wait a second, black to move, so I need to make a move for black.
After queen e2. Right, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize it. It feels like it should be white's move because he's lacking development.
Yeah. So, putting the knight on b4, I suppose, is the obvious move.
That immediately prevents any pawn pushes.
Yeah. And it might hop into d3.
Yeah, very
so,
nice.
Question is, can we play queen b5? This hits 2 things. So that's irritating. Yeah.
And black can't just go for a queen trade because the b7 pawn is also vulnerable. If we trade on c5, bishop takes b7.
Okay, so queen b5. Well, the only thing you can do is knight c4, really.
Well, but that has a lot of potential. This is almost trapped.
Well, b7 is on. It's whether...
I was hoping I can chase your queen afterwards too, at least for a repetition of moves. If you take... no, you'll come back on this diagonal. I was dreaming that you'll come back and I keep chasing your queen. But you can come back to, well, f3, let's say.
Yeah, black is comp here. If we plonk a rook, knight on d3 or something. I don't know if we need to do this, but knight b4 is interesting. It's also possible just to exchange queens, actually, but
earlier. So queen e2.
Well, after queen b7.
You would just take on b7, queen takes, bishop takes.
Yeah, I was thinking rook b8 here.
Rook b8 and then knight d3, knight c2. There's composition because of the b2 pawn.
Yeah, it's some comp. Maybe the best that black can do is kind of equalise there. So maybe knight b4 is rushing it a bit because it allows this queen b5.
So queen e2.
The other question is it time to shoot the f pawn forward? Because if we can get in pawn to e4 to shut out the bishop, I'm going against all my advice. Leave that f pawn where it is. But sometimes, Anna, we just got to do it. Come on, f5.
f5. As you said, if the pawn gets to e4, then great. And at the moment, there's no way to take advantage of the vulnerable diagonal here. trying to draw this. Could be the case. White is still lacking development, so how shall he
Yeah,
do it?
because if e4, then it gives away the d4 square. I mean, if we get in e4, then that bishop is just flying.
The bishop is flying, the knight is coming to d3, potentially the other knight on c4. That would be a dream scenario.
Yeah, f5.
You think he will play it?
Wow.
17-year-old Kirill Shevchenko?
Come on, Kirill. Now's the moment. You see, the thing is, he's fighting.
Chucky is there. He can impress Chucky by pushing f5.
He's fighting against a whole school of chess here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's been taught as a kid. It's been drilled into him. We do not move f-pawn. This is a strict Soviet school. Yes, Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, so there we go.
Although he's only 17, but I know that you're referring to their school of chess, which is still very classical, the traditional way of schooling.
So he's just thinking, oh yeah, I want to go f5, but oh, blimey. You know, my coach told me when I was 6.5 years old, be careful. So he's fighting. Chucky's having a look there.
Yeah, all the Ukrainian team is there basically. Korbov, his opponent, in red t-shirt. Vasily Ivanchuk, very elegant today. No Real Madrid uniform at the moment.
Oh, does he wear a Real Madrid shirt sometimes?
Sometimes, but at this tournament he hasn't yet done it this year. I think last year, yes.
And actually, he's gone off camera now, but we had Timur Gareev there wearing a checked shirt as well. So anyway, lots of interesting players here. But yeah, f5, that's the one. How's the clock time? Oh, he's down 53 minutes remaining for Kirill Shevchenko.
I felt like he was about to make a move and I wanted to stay to see if he plays f5.
Is he going to play f5? Go on, Kirill! Go on, Kirill!
You can do it!
You can do it, man! Come on! It's time to grow up! Is he going to?
I think he will.
And a bet.
Let's bet.
Bet
f5.
your bar of chocolate's going to be f5.
f5.
Here we go. No, he went knight b4! What's he going to do against queen b5?
Maybe it's a better move than f5, but we really wanted to see f5.
Kirill.
Knight to b4.
You see, he was fighting in his mind against this whole school of chess. Couldn't bring himself to move the f-pawn.
Well, we don't know if it was a better option or not, but
No.
it was an interesting option.
It's just, you know, it's just so funny in England. You know, okay, I've been talking about the f-pawn, glue it in position. But frankly, you know, I've done my fair share of hacking with an f-pawn. I mean, you have to if you grew up in England. I just think, you know, every kid in England would just go whoosh f5 without a second thought. It's a different way of playing chess. But yeah, queen b5 not so clear actually. I mean,
I think we're gonna see queen b5. It's very logical for white to continue like that. Well, speaking of the Ukrainian players, I think we need to visit the Chuky Cam. It's been a while.
Chucky Cam. Oh, you say Chucky, I say Chucky.
I say Chuky because it's even Chuk, so I'm taking it from his original pronunciation.
I
but
say
Chucky, I think, is more popular.
Chucky Cam.
Chucky Cam.
Chucky Cam. Chucky Cam. There's an 80s song. Chaka Khan.
Is there?
Yeah. And what was it called?
I don't know.
Chaka Khan. That was soul singer. She had a great song called, I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, it started off with a rap. It went Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan.
I'm not aware of that song, I think. But we have here the Chucky Cam or Chuky Cam. On the right side, the legendary Ivanchuk, former world number 2, facing David Eggleston from England. As an almost 300 rating points difference between the two.
Well, the queen side has closed. I find this really an interesting position, and you know, normally this should be sort of favourable for white when this happens. the c5 square is potentially available later on for a white knight to hop into. But actually, I think it's not so clear, because although, yeah, it's not so great to have a backward pawn, this majority is being crippled. In fact, the position is closed, and it gives black some security, so that this bishop at some point will be able to drop back to c8 and come into the game. But we've seen this h-pawn just advance up the board. And basically, with the position closed on the queen side, it gives black perhaps the chance to start an initiative on the king side. So it's an interesting one, actually. And the queen on e7 is important, because it means that white's knight can't come to b3 straight away. So it just means that white has to do a little bit of fiddling before you get the knight to its best square. You know, do you really want to play knight a2? Probably not.
Yeah, knight a2 or queen a3. Oh, my board has jumped. Let me get back. Sometimes it happens, and I need a moment to bring out the current position. In terms of the time management, I think it's already about a 20-minute time advantage for Ivanchuk. I need my board again. Just a moment.
Technical hitch. You just carry on. I'll. Yeah. Oh, now Chucky doing his trademark eyebrow twizzle. Always good to see. He's got the kind of knotted eyebrows because he twizzles them so much during a game.
Do you think it helps him be more relaxed, or it helps his thinking process?
Is Chucky ever relaxed? I'm not sure. He just looks wound up most of the time to me.
We've got the current position on the board after h5, and Mr. King was describing knight a2 in order to prepare knight b3 or queen a3, the same purpose, then knight b3, but both of them look a little bit clumsy.
Horribly slow. He's actually gone rook e1.
Rook
and
e1.
It seems to me that this is a very sensible idea. I think he's just going to play for e4. And that's a way of actually getting through to the pawn on c6. And will mean that black won't really have an attack on the king side. I guess the question then is whether, after e4 comes, whether black has enough play on the d pawn. So there'll be two weaknesses in a sense. Black has the weakness on c6, white has the weakness on d4. Rook e1 looks really sensible to me, and also opposite black's queen on e7 as well.
Yes. Makes a lot of sense, and it doesn't give black the time he would need for a kingside attack, as you mentioned, or to regroup his pieces by activating the bishop.
I'm afraid that looks better for Chucky to me. Yeah, and you mentioned the clock times, Anna. David Eggleston down to 39 minutes. That's yeah. Well, got to watch that one. Should we move back to board one? No, sorry, we looked at board one. Board two, apologise.
Board two, yeah, we can go to board two. The 20-year-old Chinese grandmaster Li Di. We left this at this early stage where he sacrificed a pawn. So d takes c4, this was normal, but it must have been this move 7, knight bd2, the Chinese grandmaster's preparation. Lagarde went for it, he took on d4, knight takes c4, and the current position is the following. I can also show it move by move because it didn't take actually too long for them to reach it. He didn't take on f3 but went back to c6 with the knight. White takes on d8. So it's a pawn up for black, but white is ahead in development and therefore has the initiative. And he could win back the pawn by capturing on d5, but that means giving up the light squared bishop. So instead of grabbing the pawn, bishop d2, f5, rook a c1, he just continued the game developing his pieces even though he's a pawn down. But it makes sense to play for the initiative instead of grabbing that pawn, that he could have done that by giving up the bishop.
I'm interested in the clock times again. Lagarde has 45, yeah. Feels to me that if white is going to have to do something here, then e4 is going to come at some moment. Could be now. Should we throw it in? I mean, you know, we want to break through to the pawn on e6.
Yeah. Could be the moment.
That bishop on c8 is still the big problem, isn't it?
It is. e4 here, or I was looking at this move too, but
Knight c5, yeah. And then e4 to recapture with the knight. I suppose after knight c5,
I don't know if we have time for it.
Can we play b6?
It does create some weaknesses, but probably it's working because I would need to get rid of both of my knights on the c file to have any discovered attacks. Yeah, if I need to go back,
and then I've got.
Then you develop your bishop.
Yeah.
So knight c5, not the best. e4.
Let's go e4 and let's just open things up. Could I mean bishop b4 looks very natural, but I was just wondering if we could flick in knight c5 there. If that
makes sense. After b6, now we have this square.
Yeah. Also got to watch out for knight d4. Threatening a little check on e2.
A little check.
Also possible. Yeah, maybe let's just play bishop e4 instead of this. So after, we'll play here, and let's work out what black is going to do now. So knight d4, we still have rook e1. That's okay. Maybe black just needs the castle.
Could be a good idea. He needs to finish development, so still an extra pawn for black.
Because I don't see an obvious way for white to actually make progress here. So speaking of preparation for the tournament, Anna, I went in for the tortilla workshop today, and I think I've been told we got a few photos from that. I have to say the chef was absolutely brilliant from the hotel.
Let's take a look at the photos.
Yeah. We've even got a little bit of video. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
There's me taking a photo. That was Fran, you can see there's me with my green top on. And there was Fran from the hotel who showed us exactly how to do it. Now, there was a very complicated maneuver at some moment. No, doesn't that look beautiful?
Oh, I'm getting hungry.
Eggs and potato and onion, salt and pepper. But the maneuver was when you put the plate on top of the frying pan, and then you have to flip it over
and flip it back into the frying pan.
And put it back into the frying pan, so you do both sides nice and neat, so it's that beautiful even brown, because you don't want one side looking like it's not cooked properly. And he did it about 3 times, and he just went and just so smoothly. It was, he's done it 1,000 times.
And then you had your turn to try.
Then I had my turn, and well, it wasn't quite as smooth. Let's put it like that. But we got there in the end. It was absolutely. It was a great experience. Really, when you see an expert in their field, a bit like when you see a really strong player do something really easily. Well, he was just. And I asked him what's the favourite thing, his favourite dish to cook afterwards. What's the favourite kind of food? He said he loves cooking Japanese food.
Oh, nice.
And he's Spanish. He's
chef.
Spanish. Yeah, but he said, actually, I love cooking Japanese food. Ramen. Ramen, noodles in a kind of broth.
It's so difficult to prepare
soup.
Ramen. It takes days, I heard.
Oh, to get the like the stock, the broth. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, it was good fun. We got some more answers to our question about prep, if I can find them.
Sure, let's bring up the question as a reminder in case you haven't seen it yet, and you can use the hashtag Sitgess to tell us about your opinion on what is the best way for open tournament players to prepare for a game.
Isolated pawn tweets with one word: tactics.
Makes sense, actually, to keep your mind sharp.
Yeah, puzzle rush or something like that. We've got Francisco Jose says, I think if you want to play a tournament seriously, you have to prepare for it, and reviewing some opening lines you may end up playing is a good way to do it. Yeah, thing is, But as we talked about, it's when you do it. Do you do it, right before a game? Actually, it's better to do it before the tournament, really, and maybe just to review things very quickly.
Or play 50 blitz match and then 15 blitz match. I guess in plural he meant mysterious mist. Play a lot of bullet matches. He's saying basically.
What do you think? Would you do that, Anna?
Depends on what tournament you're preparing for. If you are preparing for the World Bullet Championship, then yes, or the World Blitz Championship. But for a classical tournament,
well, we've seen Magnus chilling after a game, playing like a bullet tournament on Lee chess. I mean, I think it's completely crazy. Botvinnik would have had a heart attack. But
the question is, does it help, or does he do it because it's fun and he really likes it?
If it helps him, that's fine. Because he was doing that in Vaikonze, I think, last year.
At a couple of
I
tournaments.
think a couple of tournaments he did it, yeah. I mean, I find that extraordinary. For me, too much staring at a screen just kind of sends me cuckoo, as people probably realise after we've been sitting here for a few hours. But
my eyes are already getting really low
exactly.
with the studio lights.
So I'm amazed that he does that. But if it works for him, that's fine.
Thank you so much for your answers, and make sure that you use the hashtag Sunway Sitges if you want to let us know about your thoughts on today's question and also in general the tournament. Who are you guys rooting for? Let us know on social media and also in the chat. I'm monitoring the Twitch chat. Now back to the game. So in this board 2 clash between Li Di and Maxime Lagarde, current position being knight c4, knight to d3, knight c6, and e4, a possibility for white. But I think Li Di is still thinking. Let's go for a moment to board 12, which we haven't visited yet, but apparently it's an exciting middle game.
So this is Sergei Lobanov from Russia against Vasif Durabali.
Very good.
I tried hard. I'm doing my best. Okay, let's have a look. Sorry. There we go. Ooh, yeah. This one is crackling.
Let's roll back the action to where it started. It was a Sicilian Najdorf. A good H3 variation.
A good start, and yeah, I kind of like the way Black plays it with G6. I'm surprised this isn't played more often, but okay, he took. Now, yes, of course, every self-respecting Sicilian player understands that you have to take on C3 if you're given the chance.
I like the way you put it, every self-respecting Sicilian player.
You can't call yourself a Sicilian player if you don't take the opportunity to do some damage on the queen side. Take the knight! Just positional compensation, fantastic. Not just positional compensation, but look at white's king. Lots of gaps around there. We like it.
Queen is coming in the rook to the c5. Oh, not the b5, but the c5. How can I remove this? I'm struggling with my arrows there. But yeah, absolutely. It's a typical sacrifice in the Sicilian, giving up an exchange to double the pawns, weaken the king. Positional and at the same time dynamic sacrifice here, going against the king.
Listen, when I grew up in the era when the dragon was, we were basically transposed to a dragon position. When the dragon, again, it's another English opening when you had players like Jonathan Mestel, Tony Miles, John Nunn, John Spielman, and a whole host of others who played the dragon with black. And yeah, in my childhood, I was playing positions like this. Everyone in England did. Seriously. So is this the actual position on the board?
This is the actual position, Queen d7 and white to move. White's got way more time. That's the one thing that so far is looking good for white.
It's very unusual with this exchange on h5, of course, which adds another little complication to the position. Is it so significant when the queen captures on h5? Well, maybe not actually. That's the funny thing, because black suddenly gets in queen a4, and actually black's king is pretty safe at the other end of the board.
I would like this king is way safer with the fianchetto bishop defending. The knight can also come back. The bishop here, rook. There's so many pieces. While around the white king, it's only the b3 knight. That's quite a clumsy piece.
I mean, I would take black in this position any day of the week.
Me too, actually.
And today is Monday, and that's good enough for me. Okay, but let's just have a look at f5. I just want to look at the most obvious move for white, which is f4 and f5.
Okay.
And I just want to check that this is, let's go in, f5, and I just want to check we're winning this. So if we play queen a4, I assume this is just winning.
Threatening mate in 2.
So we have to play king b1.
Queen a3,
Bishop
then bishop
c1.
c1. So this is interrupting.
Problem. Okay, so wait a second, let's just go back. So after king b1.
Well, the bishop now has space, so it's not trapped anymore on e6.
But we could throw in knight a3 check.
Everything.
Knight a3 check first.
I like knight a3 check. Oof.
And
I mean, I have to.
Ooh.
I have to play this. It's looking so bad. Looking so bad. Bishop c4, and there's this pin here. Oh.
Probably knight b5. I think knight b5 is probably winning on spot. Yeah, but if we play king c1 instead.
King c1.
I mean, we can still just play bishop c4 and knight b5. It's pretty bad. Yeah, bishop c4. No, okay. I just needed to check. I mean, this looks awful for white after knight b5. Yeah. We're going to take on c3. The queen's coming in. It's terrible. So let's go back to we've got queen d7 on the board, right?
Yeah. And white to move. He's got 50 minutes to decide what to do in this situation.
Well, shutting the bishop out, of course. Bishop d4.
That's logical.
But queen a4 still looks incredibly dangerous to me.
I agree with you that this is looking great for black, but the rebel is then to 35 minutes. Just a reminder, the time control, it's an hour and a half for the first 40 moves, and then an extra 30 minutes from move 41 on. 30-second increment per move from the very beginning of the game.
Okay, let's roll on. I'm interested to see what's happening in the game between Alexander Donchenko and Srinath Narayanan.
Donchenko, one of the top players of Germany, and Narayanan is the trainer of Nihal Sarin. This is the current position.
How did we get there?
Let's take a look. The last time we checked it, it was after queen b3, I think. Here in the opening, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight to c5, queen e3, knight to d5. Everything normal. Then they traded a lot of pieces. Isolated pawn on d5, but the king could not castle. And now they both have a d pawn. This is the current position, heading toward a bishop and rook endgame.
Yeah, you mentioned that he trains Nihal Sarin. I saw them last night. I got into the hotel last night and was just kind of checking out the hotel, and after dinner I was sort of wandering around, and it must have been about 11:30, I think, and I hadn't actually visited the tournament hall, so I was just seeing where they were. And who did I find in there but Srinath Narayanan and his protege Nihal Sarin, and Sarin was playing blitz with Narayanan watching. I think he was playing a German guy or something, but basically he was much stronger than the German guy. But I think they were having some kind of bet that Sarin had to, win 10 games in a row or something like that. But I just thought, you're talking about preparing and how do players prepare and relax in between rounds. Well, there's Sarin. He just cannot get enough. 15 years old, he's just chess. you know.
And table football.
Oh, is he a big?
He really likes it.
Ah, okay.
I see him mostly there. There's an area where there are ping pong tables and also table football.
Yeah.
He usually is at the table football part, but it's a very crowded area of the hotel. Most of the players like to head there.
Yeah. Well, anyway, kind of, you know, approaching midnight last night, and he was
approaching midnight.
Yeah, seriously, he was just bashing out the moves. You know, he was playing bullet chess with some guy, and you know, his coach watching on. Yeah, fine. He's just drinking as much chess as possible. 15 years old. He's got energy. He can do it.
He can, but can Chuky do it? Is it really true that Chuky blundered, or is there a small blunder? I want to check it out, because if I see that being said in the chat, we stay here for a moment.
We should sum this one up.
Yes, I forgot that we started out with this game.
I mean, obviously, White is a bit better just because he has a lead in development.
Yeah.
Whether he can do anything with that, I mean, the obvious move, of course, is to play Rook C1, just to claim the C file, and then King D7. Is there anything that White can do to try and upset Black here? And if there's nothing here, then Black should be fine with just Bishop D6 coming. I mean, it basically takes 1-2 moves and Rook to the C file, and Black is equalised. I mean, White is also in no danger, of course.
Looks pretty close to equality, but White has some pressure.
I would, unless we can find something for White over these next couple of moves, I'm going to tip a draw on that one. Sorry, you wanted to go to Chucky.
I just saw that his game was mentioned in the chat, and if he made a blunder, I'm not sure it's true that he blundered something, but I'd like to check.
Wow.
Small blunder was mentioned, but in this position, how can you even blunder? No, maybe it was just to scare, because it's almost impossible to blunder in this position.
We can blunder in all kinds of positions, but I don't see there's a blunder here. Interesting that he played Rook E2. He could have played E4 straight away. Is he really going to double on the E file first and tee up for E4 just to, you know, get the cannon going before he breaks? I mean, that's a really interesting strategy. If he can get away with it, I mean, maybe he's just saying, well, Black can't do anything in the meantime, which is possible, actually.
Yeah, and this bishop in B7 is going to be struggling a lot if it doesn't make it to the other flank.
Oh, it's Knight F8 being played. Very good.
So let's see if Rook C1, next move E4.
I mean, obviously, Black would like to play Knight E4. It loses a pawn. This is the difficulty. So it's not possible to actually prevent E4. And then we have this bishop on B7. Once E4 comes, looking like the worst piece in the world.
It does look like the worst piece. I'm wondering about Knight E6 to put pressure on the D4 pawn.
Yeah.
For a moment, it stops E4.
Then this speaks against doubling on the E file, probably.
Yeah, because there is no Knight B3 once again. Due to Queen takes B4.
Okay, so let's just go back. So the rook on let's put the rook on C1.
Oh.
So do we need to play E4? Yeah. Should we just try?
Immediately. So if it's taken, since White is threatening to capture on D5 with a discovered attack.
No. I want to recapture with the D knight, of course. If the C knight takes, then it's not so good. Okay, so this one.
What's going on here?
Well, I'm not sure I've changed my mind. Still feels. So okay, let's play. We'll play. Do we need to play? We'll go Knight E6 first. Let's see.
Attack this pawn, and also prevent the discovered attacks on the E file by the knight jump.
And Knight C5. Yeah, slight problem. Attacking bishop on B7 and the knight on E6. Yeah, that's actually very annoying. Okay, I won't do that. Let me go back.
After e4.
So e4 takes. Yeah, and now let me take on f6 with the knight. Sorry, take on e4 with the knight. So knight takes. Now knight e6, knight c5 is still a problem.
Danny, we are being very lucky today.
Yeah.
With all sorts of sound effects coming from other rooms.
So what is the threat here actually? Maybe the problem. Okay, actually there's a pin on the e file.
At the moment there is, so there knight c5 is not coming if there's no knight on e6. Maybe it's not as bad as it seemed.
Okay, I'll do something really drastic. I was going to suggest f5, but that's the English disease.
Weren't you saying that you shouldn't really push
Yeah, I
your
know, and
F4?
I can't resist it. I'm afraid that's how I grew up. I know it's bad, but so the knight's got to come back to c3. That's my point. That I'm trying to, and then I'm just being greedy here, and I want to play queen f6 and try and take a pawn. So we've managed to put the knight back on c3.
Yeah.
But I'll fully accept that f5 might be going against everything that I know. You see, it's a question of heart and mind. You know, do you go with your heart? Do you go with your head? My head tells me, "Don't touch the f pawn, you idiot!" And my heart goes, "Oh, come on!"
You know it's a good move. Oh yeah, f5. Well, at the moment we couldn't really refute it if white has to come back to c3, which it seems to be the
queen
case.
f6, yeah, because there could be little problems with the pin on this long diagonal.
Interesting. Do you think that we are going to see this after knight f8, e4? Will Chucky go for it?
Let's go back, because yeah, I mean, you know, your idea of putting the knight on e6 to attack d4 holds things up for the moment, and if black has time and that knight manages, for example, to come to g5, then he's starting to stabilize, and then I start to think, well, okay, well, black's all right.
Yeah, knight going to e6 next move.
Yeah.
So
No, it's okay.
we'll come back to Ivan Chuky's
Okay.
game later. He's got quite some time to decide whether he wants to push e4 or not. About half an hour of time advantage.
Now, what about board 4, Hanna Stefansson against SP Setaraman?
Yeah, good point. We wanted to come back to this because we left it at the opening stage.
Exactly. It's this Leningrad Dutch, which often reaches very unorthodox positions, actually. Right, now, knight into d4. Look at those bishops on g8 and g7. What exactly are they doing? Are they good or are they bad? I don't know. Is there pressure on d5? Does it matter?
Must matter to some extent.
And what can white do next? Thing is, white has kind of achieved everything he wants in Leningrad. He's got that pawn to d5. He's made sure that, you know, there's that hole on e6 is kind of covered with the knight on d4. But now he might discover that it's just not very good because black has both knights, bishop on g8, pointing at d5.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Three minor pieces.
And where exactly is the weakness? It's and black can always play queen d7 to connect the rooks.
So
Really
the Dutch
interesting.
defense. This game is proving that the Dutch defense.
Well, we don't know. We don't know. Early
Just trying
days,
to poke at you.
Anna, very early days.
I like it actually that there's
For black.
so much pressure on d5. Yeah, I've never played the Dutch myself, but if this is the kind of position you get from the Dutch, I'm gonna consider it.
Really?
Maybe I should take this back. I don't know, but at the moment I feel like Sitgess has quite some compensation for the lack of space with the activity of
Okay,
his
well
minor
let's
pieces.
play. We'll go Queen D7, and now the question I want to ask is. Oh dear, no, I didn't want to ask that question. I've changed my mind. No,
Okay.
no, there is no question to ask. Yeah, not quite sure what white does next, because if you play E4, you just take it, and then D5 can be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So white hasn't got time to play knight E4 because that hangs. So
And
E4.
you don't want to take it with the bishop.
Yeah. Ooh.
That's just painful.
No, we won't do that. Okay.
Impossible.
So what do we do here actually with white?
I would be a little annoyed here to play this as white, because I feel like I can't make progress. My pawn on d5 is hanging in every single line where I'm trying to regroup my pieces.
Okay, here's an idea. What about pushing pawn to b5?
Pawn to b5, threatening b6 to chase this knight away.
Well, maybe. Yeah, that's... Are we worried about that?
Could be. And also, if black pushes b6, that weakens the c6
Hallelujah.
so much.
Yeah.
That's not what...
We plonk it in and think
Yeah.
later, yeah.
No. b5.
So b5, b6.
I like b5.
Yeah. So maybe this is what he's concerned about.
That's for you, Mr. King.
Yes, our producer has made a suggestion for a title of a new book called Plunk It In, Think Later.
I have no comments on
No, comments on that, Anna? Okay. Moving on. What you got for me, Anna?
Well, there's so many other exciting
Yeah.
games. Let's move on.
What
to
about
the
that
next part.
Benoni? I'm very intrigued by that Benoni we had, which was on board 6, I think, between Kalires from Greece against Vocaturo.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is exciting.
I think we left it somewhere here. Wait, I remember. B5, knight D2. Yeah, we were discussing knight E3 and that he wanted to sacrifice an exchange.
93 was a daft move, of course, but anyway.
Knight D2.
Yeah, but it's at that moment I was thinking A4. Anyway, that's water under the bridge. Let's go. Ooh, white's playing. It's that old F pawn stuff again. Here we go.
The knight made it to D3, but it's not targeting anything.
Oh. It's an octopus. Does it need to target anything? It's an octopus, Anna. We love an octopus.
Of course I love the knight here, but nothing is hanging immediately.
Nothing
I think
has-
that's what I meant, that
yeah.
white has some time.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a monster.
We can be more specific. It's an octopus. It's an octopus.
Remember when we were looking for a name for a bishop on an outpost like this?
We had Archbishop. We had Starfish. Which
Starfish,
was,
Archbishop,
there was another one which...
something else from the sea. We are by the Mediterranean Sea, we need to bring up those names.
There was another one that was really good. But Starfish or
Swordfish?
Archbishop. Swordfish was
that
also
too?
not bad, yeah. Anyway, Queen F3 played.
How dangerous is this?
Well, listen, I'm just looking at our octopus. I'm just thinking, what on earth is white up to? I'm sorry, to allow that knight into this beautiful square.
Well, it's alone at the moment.
It's supported by the pawn on c4.
Yeah, well, look at the rest of the black pieces on the back rank.
They're just doing fine. They can look after themselves. At the moment, okay, it's one check. Is that all white is
Taking your
threatening?
g6 pawn.
Yeah, okay, but we can defend it now.
No, actually, I'm gonna play rook a7 if you let me give this check.
Yeah, well, wait a second. I'm not going to give... I mean, this is the only... There are so many ways to defend against Queen F7. I mean, for example, Queen E7, there's Rook F8, there's Rook B7 as well, instead of Queen E7. And look, okay, you compare the two knights. That knight on d2 has no good move.
I fully agree. I fully agree with you.
Well, in fact, white needs to play sacrificed pawn with e5 and play knight e4.
Oh, that I like actually.
That's the way to do
You
it.
can take with the knight.
Yeah,
To gain a tempo.
I don't trust it. I don't believe it.
Yeah. No, why should...
But
that
it's the
knight
only
be
thing that white can.
fine?
That's what I mean is after queen. I mean, queen f3 is played. Yeah, I think. But it's the only thing that white can try to do. Seems to me.
And Bogator still hasn't taken the decision, but he's got half an hour extra on the clock.
Actually, can we just see that queen f3 again? Because there's another way that that white might play. Having said that's the only way for white to play it, of course, now I start to see some possibilities. So after queen e7,
All right.
queen e3, hitting the h6 pawn and looking there. Panic not. Panic not.
King h7, rook a7, rook b7. Still not looking like there's anything wrong.
Well, I'm looking at knight f3 into d4 as well. This is not so clear. It's not so clear actually.
I feel like I love that octopus knight on d3, but the king side of black is a bit loose with this g6, h6 setup. So if there's something concrete, then Calibrus will have quite some counterplay, if not more than that.
Okay, well let's play some normal moves and let's see what happens. So we play king g7 to defend the pawn on h6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. King g7, yeah, please. And now if we play knight f3.
So you're saying that there are no issues because there are more issues. No, wait a second, actually. No, this check isn't much.
Well, I was hoping that knight chop, 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 and then knight d4 might produce something or other. Yeah.
Well, could be
If
compensation.
the rook goes back, then knight c6. But
Yeah.
well, of course, we need to take.
Fine.
Taken.
These pawns.
Yeah, c3. So yeah, b4.
Exciting position. I'm curious to see how
Yeah,
it will
yeah.
develop.
It's not clear because those check on the 7th rank and
Not clear at all.
it's messy. It's
Three
messy.
possible results.
But
You don't believe?
well, I don't know. My feeling is that black should just be better in this position. But
I'm not that sure.
But it's a bit tricky. You know, with these funny ideas with the queen on e3 and yeah.
He made a move. Knight e5.
Ah, 95. Okay, so queen e3 for white.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, what does he
He's
want to
also
do?
challenging the knight later.
Queen g5. I bet he wants to play queen g5.
Could be his idea.
Hoover. Because the knight on d2 is...
Yeah, this would actually be an alright pawn structure for black because of this monster knight. Yeah,
Don't
quite
know.
possibly black is
But
just
it's-
fine or better, as you say, because of this monster piece.
But there was also queen d4 instead of...
Instead of taking on g5.
Yeah.
Well, we'll need to see
Hard to
how
say.
the game develops from here. Very exciting position.
Hmm.
And so many other games that we will need to catch up with. So we're going to go for a short break and then we are back with the top boards. The battle between the two Ukrainian players, Korobov, renowned grandmaster, against the 17-year-old Kirill Shevchenko. And of course, we're going to take a look at Ivanchuk's game again because he is the one, the legend, Vasily Ivanchuk. Short break and then we are back.
When we were young, the higher places made us strong together. Every day, we told each other to be friends forever. Mistakes and troubles didn't bring us down. Whoa. Friends and lovers just fooling around. Whoa.
Welcome back to the Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and we have some really exciting games brewing this round, not least our board one game, Anna.
Definitely, let's head back to the clash between the two Ukrainian players, renowned grandmaster, three-time Ukrainian champion Anton Korbov against the 17-year-old Kirill Shevchenko, who is here to prove that he may be the future Olympic member of the Ukrainian team.
And we left it where Shevchenko had played a knight into b4, allowing queen b5. So can we just go back to that moment where we left off? And it did actually happen. Queen b5 happened, and he did sacrifice a pawn with knight c4. And I remember we were looking at the time, we thought, yeah, reasonable compensation for black. But I don't know, it felt to me as though white shouldn't be in any danger here. But let's see, f5. Well, the f5 has come, but without the queens on the board.
A bit too late, you think?
I mean, it's really hard to say. That was obviously a big moment in the game when he had to decide which way to go. But let's have a look at how the game went.
Just wanted to show it to the viewers who may not have seen the moment when we were discussing f5. Was that a good move? Was it better than knight b4? We will never know.
I don't know. Just a different way of playing, obviously.
e4, knight d2, forcing white to give up the pair of bishops, and after rook a d1, rook takes b2, black gets the pawn back. After this position, rook takes d2, it's not really possible to hang on to that extra pawn for a long time. It's only a one move defense, but all the black pieces will be targeting this pawn if needed.
Okay, so Korbov basically just played rook a d1, gave the pawn back, so he's hoping in doing so to just activate his pieces. And actually I think we might, I mean, you know, joking aside, we might really be seeing the downside of advancing the f-pawn is that the 7th rank and the diagonal towards the king have been weakened. So here, well, yeah, we need to take on f5 to get the light square bishop going. I think, yeah, it's actually happened, I think. And do we go in straight away with rook d7, or is there something better?
It's tempting to play rook d7. Question is if there's anything better. As some other moves
knight
are
b5
possible.
Or knight d5.
Also,
Let me play knight d5.
You want to get the d5 square for the bishop
Well,
to this diagonal.
Funny thing is, actually, after knight takes, I think I'll just play rook takes because I'm hitting that one. And that's actually rather awkward for black. I'm not quite sure how black actually defends that. I mean, obviously, if we can take the pawn on a5, then we've got something. So knight d5, yeah, knight d5 in that position, if we just go back a moment. And we're also, of course, knight d5 threatens knight e7 check.
Yeah, absolutely, picking up the pawn on f5. So black has to deal with this threat, either by taking the knight or preventing the fork.
It's not so simple.
No, I don't like
Do we
like
have
king
to,
f7. I feel like I'm stepping into it. That would be like the typical stepping into it. Even if it's not that bad, I feel like this is going the wrong way for black.
Maybe we should play rook f8 instead of king f7. Just to defend that pawn.
Makes sense.
Well, it's, I mean, definitely more comfortable for white.
Yeah, there are certainly issues with black's position. So he's close to equalizing, but because of the vulnerable pawn structure, it may just be enough for white to get the upper hand. I like your idea with knight d5. I wonder if that's what Korbov will play. Actually, he has made a move. Let's see the camera. What is his move? I see a rook on...
I think he's played something different. Did he play rook d... Yeah, he played rook d7 instead. Fine. Also good. I mean, actually, you know, now that I look at it, he's threatening rook a7 here to attack this. So yeah, rook d7 looks like a good move, and obviously black is struggling here, but he might be able to hold it. Who knows? Also being told by our producers that we're 2.5 hours into this round, and we have had no games finished yet, which is quite extraordinary. I mean, how many boards do we have in this?
Oh, geez, loads. 150. I don't know.
141 boards, and so far no games finished. I can't believe that.
They're
Is
not
that
believing
Nietzsche?
it either.
48.
Board 40, we've been told is,
48.
or 48 is.
Yeah,
is
we
over
have
or something.
48 boards on DGT boards. So
48 on our DGT board. Sorry, not the whole 141. Sorry.
well, there's still.
Yeah, but anyway, but for 48 boards,
Yeah.
no games complete yet.
That's
I mean, that's
almost
pretty.
100 players still
Yeah.
fighting after almost 3 hours.
Bit of a contrast with the current Grand Prix tournament taking place in Jerusalem, but that's another story. It's a results-only business there. The big prize is the candidates. You can't blame them,
Yeah.
but it's not such interesting chess for spectators.
That was our question of the day yesterday, actually, whether
Oh.
minor tournaments like the Sitges Chess Festival could be part of the World Championship cycle, a qualification tournament. I think it was also referring to strong open tournaments like the Isle of Man, that this year it was part of the candidates qualification.
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
I mean, I think the
guess-
qualification whole system needs to be revised a little bit, but I think they have to still be, really, really top tournaments. But anyway,
I guess the general feeling is that open tournaments like this are so exciting to follow. Also, Isle of Man was really exciting because you have the renowned grandmasters, and in the case of Isle of Man, the top players in the world, but also the rising stars, the prodigies, grandmasters who are lesser known. They may be trainers, but they suddenly are very hungry to prove that they can score against Fabiano, Magnus, and the rest of the crew. So I think open tournaments in general are great to see. I don't know if they should be part of the World Championship cycle, but they are very, very exciting to watch.
they certainly are. I mean, the FIDE Grand Swiss, the Isle of Man was a real treat. Listen, let's move on. How about? I'd like. Can we look at Nihal Sarin's game on board 10?
I was going to bring up actually
Sorry.
the other Narayan's games first.
Yeah, okay.
The trainer of Nihal is Srinath Narayanan,
Yeah.
and we also have another grandmaster with the same surname, SL Narayanan. He's playing against Lev Yankelevich on board 7. If we can just quickly check what
Yes.
happened in that game, and then we head over to Nihal. This is the current
Ooh.
position.
Wow. Okay, how did we get there?
Yeah, we looked at this. Oh, wait a second. Remember that Black wanted to give up this e5 pawn so badly.
Yeah.
I'm
What?
not sure about Queen d6.
How very strange. And he just went all the way back.
That's like admitting that it wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, and now Queen h5 and White has the initiative. And h6, oh my goodness, oh, this is a car crash. h6 is like, hey, come to dinner over at my place. The Black Kings are, yeah, come on, guys. Oh my word, I mean, what an invitation. Now, we don't know whether it's any good, but really.
We are celebrating it already.
Yeah, but seriously.
It's a feast.
It's Rook b8. Yeah, well, if that's the follow-up.
What on earth is Rook b8 about? Let me think.
Well,
Really?
maybe Black just simply doesn't have anything better, but for me, that speaks volumes.
It does. If this is the way to go here with an extra piece, Rook to b8.
Okay, go on, keep going. So what happened? Takes.
Rook on b5, and then plays Rook a7. Now that the a file is open.
Ah, okay. He wanted to defend with Bishop c8 and needed to move the
Yeah,
rook.
it makes sense, but I thought it's very slow. Like when you place the Rook on b8, it shouts that he wants to somehow regroup the pieces, but it takes forever. It feels like.
Absolutely. Okay, let's see what happened. Now. Okay. So if I count the pawns, let's do the basics. It's 3 pawns already for white. He's threatening rook e5 and rook g5, which will be mate. That's
The basics.
That's the basics. And is there any way out?
I don't really see
And not
any defense.
obviously.
And as you said, there are already 3 pawns for the piece, so even material-wise, it's fine. The black king is in trouble. This is the only defender.
Well, in fact, the only move I can see here is queen d8.
Something along the lines of bishop f5. I'm not getting there.
Bishop f5, bishop f5, rook e5.
Yeah, I'm not getting there.
End of game. Yeah, okay.
I was hoping I had some tricky moves, but anything basically there.
Yeah.
No, I can't.
But if we go queen d8,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think this is any good, because if nothing else, we can just play rook e7, rook ce7.
And then the other rook comes.
Yeah, and then
Well, e5.
simple rook
maybe.
lift, and game over, basically.
This seems to be
Unless
game over.
there's a move here. Rook b7, rook e5. No, nothing. Rook e5. I think it's game over. Unless we're overlooking something. Wait a second. Rook e7, then queen b6. Or rook b6. Or rook b6. One of the. Okay, let me just go back and look at queen
Sure.
d8. I think there's a kill here.
Feels like there has to be.
Well, what we could do is play rook. Yes, exactly. Go on, Anna. And now we're threatening rook c5 to g5, not rook e5.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah, I like it.
That rook has gone a1, a7, c7, c5. That's
The mate on g5, h5 is coming here.
oh, that's sweet. But okay, somehow not very surprising. Can we also finish off with bishop e6? Then we'll move on from this game.
Okay.
Queen takes bishop. We don't need to, but I'm just
Let's show it.
just for fun.
Beautiful.
It's
Mr. King is having fun.
I'm having fun today. Yeah, but really, this game, queen d6 back to d8, and then allowing bishop h6. Oh my word!
That was just bad, very bad.
I'm afraid Lev looks to me like he's having a bad day at the office.
Too tempy, and yeah.
It's
okay.
it's a gimme, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a game to forget for Lev. Another exciting position is on board 4.
Ah.
Mr. Stephenson against Saturaman.
Oh yes, we've got our
King on g6.
yeah, this was our Leningrad Dutch. How on earth did they get there? So I was suggesting b5, but of course he didn't do that.
What did he do instead? Wait, the queen didn't go to d7, but queen e8 is still similar. Well, not. Actually, perhaps better, because he's ready to attack the d5 pawn with yet another piece.
Yeah,
Is that the
maybe.
idea?
Maybe he was worried about some knight e6 hitting the queen. Okay, yeah, okay,
Also
it happened.
Pressure.
Yeah, very interesting. But now he's got to contend with knight e6.
What happens if I take the pawn?
That's what he did.
Knight takes f5 to capture the f pawn. Counter sacrifice. e6.
Oh, the king is staggering up the board. You see, this is the problem when we advance the f pawn. Now, can black get away with this nonsense?
The Dutch defense, you mean?
No, I mean this particular king. Actually, I thought this was a very interesting position, but this might be pushing it just a little bit too far. I'll tell you what, Stephenson will be rubbing his hands with glee in this position. Not that it's it's over in any way. This is still very tricky. So where do we want the bishop? Do we want the bishop on this diagonal, putting it back to b3, or do we want to go back to f3?
Very good question. Critical decision, I would say.
I suppose from b3 it covers the c4 square, so it prevents black's rook from moving into c4, and it still does look at e6. But is it going to be cut out? I mean, the thing is, black's piece, the bishop can't move.
Well, this looks like the bishop and the king have swapped places.
Yeah, it looks like they're playing drafts.
Where's Chuky?
Where's Chucky? Yeah. Wow, that is too weird for words. Okay.
It's bizarre, the setup of black, but at the moment it's holding on.
Well, we better play d5. I mean, if black manages to get in queen f6, then it might be all right.
Everything all right.
Yeah, it is.
This is drafts.
This is a game of drafts. My goodness, this is so strange.
Beautiful.
It feels like white should be sacrificing with e4 here, actually. Maybe that's too much, but it's the kind of move I want to make. How do you get all that?
Will we see this? Will we see this white square strategy? Wait a second, bishop d5?
Oh, can you play bishop d5?
Wait, I'm looking at the live board. King g6, bishop to...
No,
sorry,
no.
it's there. I was like, is he leaving it there? What's going on? What
Okay,
did he
he's
play?
put the bishop back to f3 and it's gone d5.
Oh my god, I thought the bishop was still on d5.
Okay.
It scared me.
Okay, d5. Right, so maybe he wants to go for g4.
Okay, that's... At least he didn't give up the piece for nothing.
Okay, so can he play, for example, rook d4 here?
Looks like a very smart idea. Can I
Yeah,
trade your rook before it's too late?
Yeah, still not so clear.
It looks terrible for black, but it feels like there is no killer move
Still
just
on
yet.
still on light squares.
Yes.
Still a game of drafts.
Still.
It's a game of drafts out there. So what they always say in football when it's a really dull football match,
Do they say that?
the commentator always says, when it's they're kind of trying to find a way in, but nothing's quite happening. Basically, when it's a really dull game, and the commentator invariably says, "It's a game of chess out there."
A game of chess?
It's a game of chess out. Basically, when a game of football is really boring, he says it's a game of chess out there. So here we go. We can say it's a game of drafts out there. Okay, let's take and play rook d1.
Okay. I think we have a picture, by the way, connected to our topic of drafts and chess. Let's bring it up. Mr. Usain Bolt. What is he playing? That's a question to you guys. Trivia. What game is he playing?
That's a funny one. So basically, it's as we're saying, this is actually not a game of chess. He's actually playing drafts, but using chess pieces. If you see all the pieces.
Checkers, actually. We're being told because of the 8x8, and drafts is on 10x10.
I think, well, in England, we say drafts for both.
For both?
Yeah. Checkers is basically in the States, they say checkers.
I think officially there is a bit of a difference, and Mr. Ivanchuk is fond of drafts, the 10x10 board.
We say drafts for both.
The producers are laughing.
Checkers is American English. That's okay.
TikTok
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm
David
just saying.
is saying in the chat.
Okay. Anyway, rook d4. That's what I want to do, but it's black's move.
Yeah. I'm just gonna mark it. How can I prevent rook d4 and g4? Well, it's not coming just yet. It takes 2 moves.
Not sure. Anyway, but the position's actually. Has he played? He's played rook d4. Yeah. So we're anticipating rook c4 afterwards. Rook d4.
He has played rook d4.
Should we just?
Okay. Yeah. Sure,
Yeah.
this is the current position.
Yeah. And yeah, rook c4 looks sensible, otherwise g4 can come.
Yeah,
Interesting.
looking very appealing for white. That
Yeah,
we don't
somehow.
we don't see a concrete way to win it, but it feels like there has to be something very bad with this setup of black.
Yeah.
It's just not the way to play.
Yeah, looks very dodgy indeed. Right, where shall we go to next? What about Prague's game? So, Nino Batsiashvili against Praggnanandhaa, because we left it, actually, I found it very difficult for white to actually find a really coherent strategy here. I thought it was certainly easier for black to play. But what have we reached?
This,
Wow.
I think. Let's just roll
Wow.
it back a little bit. Nino Batsiashvili is the top female player of the event. She is the only female player on 3 out of 3. She was trying to push h4 as you suggested, so she doubled rooks on the h5, but then bishop h4 came, and then Love said the 2 rooks on the
Strange.
h5.
And there's something very funny there, because if knight g2, then bishop g3 traps the rook.
Ooh, let's just show it. It's very pretty.
Very, very odd.
Knight d4, knight c5, queen to c2, castle queenside, king to b1, and I'm just gonna scroll to the end of the current line, h5, and after white captures on h5, g5.
Wow. That's really interesting. So same problem, knight g2, bishop g3 wins in exchange.
Mm-hmm. And the only other square is on d3, but
Looks
then the e4
dodgy.
pawn, the e file, everything.
Yeah. Oh, so
strange.
Prague has found a very nice tactic. It's what it looks like. That, of course, is not Prague. That's Donchenko with white against Srinath Narayanan.
And right behind them is the board of Prague against Nino. Nino is sitting, Prague is strolling, having a look at the other Indian players' games probably.
Well, I'm not surprised that he's... Yeah, he looks like he's in control here, seems to me. I mean, probably Batsiashvili has to ditch an exchange, but I don't really trust it. Interesting game.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that camera couldn't deal with it anymore. So we're going to move over to another board. You mentioned Nihal Sarin earlier, so let's check his position.
Yes.
We have
So-
looked at his trainer's game. He's playing on board 3 against Donchenko. You could also see him on the camera actually. That was the board Donchenko against Narayanan.
Yeah.
And Nihal, he is not among the leaders, but he's close. He is half a point behind on board 10.
And he's playing Leandro Crisa from... Is that Paraguay? Or have I got that wrong?
I would think Argentina. Or wait, no. Oh my God,
maybe.
Uruguay.
Maybe.
My flag recognition.
Mine too. Oh my goodness, this is very embarrassing.
Let's not bring it up.
Yeah.
That we are terrible at geography.
Yeah. I'm afraid we're not good on national flags, are we?
Unlike 5-year-old Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go.
Actually, I'm intrigued now. I'm gonna look it up. What country?
Yeah.
I mean, we should know it. I think that's Uruguay. Is that Uruguay?
I'm going to Google it.
It was Argentina. I
It was
said
Argentina.
Argentina first. Why did I change my mind?
That was embarrassing.
It was embarrassing.
Sorry.
Apologies to everyone in Argentina.
Yes. Help.
Brain damage. G5. Let's try to focus on the chess if we are already this bad at recognizing flags. Rook takes a1, rook takes a1, and g5.
So, Sarin already rated 26-12, 15 years old. Making great strides. Okay, so we recapture. How much advantage does he actually have here? If any. It's quite nice that black's bishop on the queen side holds
It is nice.
The position.
Controlling the century square.
Yeah. But what can black actually do on the other side of the board?
Not so easy because these pawn pushes don't work because of the vulnerable e3 pawn.
Yeah, but leave them there. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't see what black is doing. I think maybe can white play rook d1 and bishop d4 to exchange off that bishop. But then maybe you don't want to give away the a5. Yeah, so if rook d1 then rook a8 is a bit annoying. I still think it's hard to make progress. What about bishop f3?
Subtle threat. I like it how the pair of bishops is working together. This diagonal and this one.
It's a tough position for both sides actually.
Who is better and why?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd like to play king g3 and h4. Maybe white's better.
Can I deal with your threat by playing bishop to 5?
Yeah. So
I want to pop back the bishop here.
okay, well white let's go for king g3.
And you want to push h4?
Well, maybe h4 and maybe bishop g4.
It's still an interesting endgame.
Yeah.
Imbalanced position, not so many pieces left, but imbalanced pawn structure. Only 11 minutes left for Nihal. This is move 24, so he's gonna get into time trouble. You need to make it to move 40 to receive an additional half an hour. We are being told that the former world junior champion Ahmed Ali has just lost. He's one of the top players of Africa, and he lost on board 13.
He's playing Ariel Ehrenberg from Israel. Should we have a quick look at that one?
Absolutely. Just a moment. Ahmed Ali is the number 2 player of Egypt and also the entire continent, Africa.
Behind his compatriot, Bassem Amin.
Who is a doctor. We discussed this.
Dr. Amin, yeah. Let's have a look.
Ariel Ehrenberg with the black pieces winning in 29 moves.
Wow.
Against an over 130 rating points difference, is that?
Okay, should we just go from the top very quickly?
Yes, let's take a look at the game.
It's a Catalan.
An open Catalan.
Yeah, but normally black is playing in a very odd way with knight d7. Normally this isn't so good.
Yeah, I wonder how it slipped out of Adley's control, because it's looking good for white. The pass pawn. He went for the initiative.
But
did it backfire? Was this about the a4 knight actually? Oh. Ooh.
okay, now there's serious counterplay.
Took on b4, but queen e2, a5, rook b7, and rook to b8. White resigned. Well, this pawn is a queen. If rook takes b8, the queen has to leave the b file.
Yeah.
And also try to protect the d1 rook. It's game over.
It looks like he sort of misassessed that somewhere.
He was very confident pushing the d pawn, but I felt like when he placed the knight on a4, that things started getting really strange. This doesn't have any squares.
Well, I'm not sure actually.
You still like it?
No, if we go right back to before he played e4, so right back.
All the way back here.
All the way back. All the way back. All the way back.
Here.
Yeah,
all open here.
basically round about here. I don't think it's necessary to push forward with e4 because at the moment, basically black's big problem still is that bishop on c8. and somehow it gave black something to do. I just wonder, even going back, maybe rook d1 isn't necessary, but well, okay, in this position to take on c5, or bishop f4.
But it doesn't seem to be bad to play e4. I mean, it's.
Yeah, but
I agree with you that he could have waited.
I think the problem is it suddenly gives black
b5
counterplay.
Development.
Yeah, because after bishop f4, queen a7 has happened. Actually, it wasn't that clear. But I would prefer to play, instead of e4, if we play bishop f4 instead of e4.
Yep.
Now, what happens with the queen? I mean, I'm confused about this, because after b5 it could go to a7. Actually, it's not a bad square on a7.
Yeah.
I mean,
what is this right square now without b5?
This looks a bit odd to me, because you don't. Well, bishop d6 looks horrible. You just taken. Play knight c3. This looks very strange to me. I have no idea why he didn't play bishop f4. It looks like such a natural move.
Well, we will not know. But even after e4, I agree with you that it does help black's bishop development, but he shouldn't lose the game. Just
No, it's unclear. It's very unclear.
Where's the next critical moment where
Okay.
you think he could have improved the game? I feel like this doesn't belong on a4.
Well, did he need to play knight e5 is one question.
Good question there.
But black has serious counterplay now.
Yeah, I agree. It's unclear,
With
completely
c4,
unclear.
yeah. Okay, so he played knight e5. Let's just see it slowly again.
Knight e5, bishop takes, king takes, b4, and
Okay,
knight
you don't
a4.
like knight a4, fine.
I don't, but I don't know if I have better options. I just don't think that I'm gonna be happy with the knight on a4 ever. Knight e2 is the other square, because I'm a little worried about this diagonal in general if I place the knight on d5 or e4.
But we're going to go queen b7 check, which is just annoying.
I think this is the reason why he didn't, but with the knight on a4 too, black could play this.
But the knight it doesn't look great on e2 either.
No, it doesn't. Maybe it's already okay for black.
I would say so. Yeah, I think so.
Shouldn't be losing for white, but black definitely has counterplay. What happened later was quite a disaster with the knight on a4, and it was black who managed to start rolling the pawns on the queen side. The d6 pawn never got to d7, while the b pawn is the one that promotes in the game. So, a great game by Ariel Ehrenberg.
We're being told that Narayanan did actually defeat Yankelevich in that game with the direct attack on black's king. Should we just see the final moves?
So after queen takes f6, queen f5 was played. We were looking at queen d8.
Yeah.
This wasn't our option. Queen takes d4 as fourth pawn.
It doesn't look much better, does it?
No.
Yeah.
He needs to play queen h7. Absolutely not. Oh no. Oh no.
Very simple.
Simple chess.
Yeah.
Domination. Everything is wrong with this position for
And if he exchanges queens, just f5 wins the piece back with a huge number of pawns.
Yeah, this is just bad.
Yeah.
So instead of this, he played rook d5, and after f5, black resigned. Great game for Narayanan, the other Narayanan, 21-year-old from India, the bronze medalist of the 2016 World Junior Championship.
Yeah, but Anna, as we said, this was a gift for white.
Oh, the queen d6 move, definitely.
Yeah.
Bad day for Yankelevich.
You got to teach me some Spanish. How do you say this game was a gift in Spanish?
Ooh.
I've got to say, honestly, my Spanish is terrible. I haven't been to Spain very often,
terrible.
actually.
It's not terrible.
No, I don't. I can say "qué tal," "cómo está," all that kind of stuff. But I don't. My Spanish is awful.
So today we are learning. This game is a gift.
This game is a gift in Spanish. How do you say it?
Esta partida.
This
game.
Yeah.
Is.
Yeah.
Un regalo.
Un regalo.
Regalo.
How do you spell regalo?
Regalo. Spanish 101.
Regalo.
Es un regalo.
Esta partida es un regalo.
Muy bien.
Prego. Okay, esta partida es una o uno.
Un regalo.
Un regalo. It's masculine. Okay, un regalo. Esta partida.
I like the suggestion of Purse222 in the chat. Este juego es gifto.
Gifto, I like it.
Gifto. It's cute. It's very cute.
Un regalo. Esta partida, no.
Partida is a football match. Partida is a chess game.
Okay. Good to
So
know.
on Wednesday it's a partido, el clásico.
El clásico es un partido.
Partido.
Okay, nice.
Hopefully it will be a gift for the Real Madrid team too.
Yeah?
Yes,
You support Madrid?
of course.
We're next door to Barcelona. Listen, Anna, you're going to be in trouble here. Huge trouble. We should move on quickly. Okay, back to Prag's game, because he has taken an exchange.
All right. Was it an exchange that he won, or it's his opponent that sacrificed? Let's just see. After g5, I left it here. g5
Yeah.
to g2, bishop g3. Well, it's not really sacrifice.
It's not a sacrifice.
She didn't have a better move.
No, because knight d3 was horrible.
Yeah.
So how's it gone after that?
So bishop to g3 wins the rook on h2, exchange up for Prague, and then g4, continuing very dynamically, takes on g4. Oh no, this pawn is the next victim.
I think Prag's just in control, isn't he?
He is full control.
Yeah. Okay, the pawn on h6 is something to be negotiated, but actually Black's pieces are so well placed. Pressure on the e file, and actually I don't like White's king now.
Yeah,
It's very open.
very airy there. Yes. No, Pragg should be winning this game. I don't see even a way for it's not just the material, but also White's pieces are terrible.
Yeah.
There's no coordination between the white pieces.
Knight on e1 in particular looks pretty bad. Yeah, and clock time. 7.5 minutes remaining for Batsiashvili. She is in massive trouble. Okay, listen, let's move on. What about top board?
Top board, definitely.
Yes.
Clash between the two Ukrainian players.
Okay, he's won his pawn, but not easy to win the game.
Yesterday Karbov had another endgame like this.
Really?
Extra pawn, opposite colored bishops with a rook each. He won against one of the youngest grandmasters ever. Well, number 3 actually on the list of chess prodigies, Sindarov from Uzbekistan.
I'm also looking at the clock time. He's got 5 minutes to get to move 40. He's just got less than 3 minutes. Korobov has 25 minutes. That's a very unpleasant position to defend. But the rook is active on c3, which does make a big difference. And also, the black bishop can anchor itself on d4, so it's not easy to advance the b pawn.
It was just like this yesterday too, that we felt like the blockade, I believe he had a b4 pawn, and to push it to b3 it felt like almost impossible, because White had a light square bishop and the rook controlling the b3 square, and then he did it with the help of his opponent. But he's just such an experienced player that I think he's specialized in winning opposite colored bishop endgames with an extra pawn.
One question I have here is actually what happens if the rooks are exchanged, because normally with just an extra pawn you'd think should be a draw, but actually in this position, and this is just theoretically, actually an exchange of rooks, that position could actually be a win for white, because white's bishop is so well placed in the middle of the board. Depends how quickly we can bring the king around. Anyway, that's a bit theoretical. What do we do here? I mean, if we had a few moves in a row, I'd want to play h4, maybe move the king out to g4. We can also activate the rook. So what about rook a1?
Trying to get in the position.
Somehow.
Yeah, lots of ideas, and Korbov will play this forever. He will try as much as he can, and that's what he did yesterday, and it worked out. Also, yesterday too, he had more time on the clock, so it's pressure because of the extra pawn and more time.
There's also rook f5.
Yeah.
Maybe that's more direct. So we threaten a pawn, and then we can start hassling the king with rook g5 check, actually. But it's tough. It's not easy.
It's going to be a long game. I think we'll come back to this. There's a result between Caliveres and Vocaturo.
Oh, this?
Draw
No.
with the octopus knight.
The
Wait,
octopus
knight
knight.
e5.
What
queen
happened?
e3, rook b7.
Okay.
Wait.
We just gave the pawn. Really interesting.
He gives it because he wants the h file. So I didn't take it.
Interesting.
Then he managed to trade the knight.
Oh, so he was worried about the knight coming into d4, basically. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
If we just go back, so if white gets in knight d4. Okay, so but still, what's going on?
And Vocaturo for the draw with the move bishop to h3.
Wow, that's out of nowhere. Boom, what's going on? Okay, so we need to exchange, there's a rook on a8 hanging.
So if you take, there's a check intermediate move, then black takes back the rook.
And black not happy here. Well, maybe, I'm not surprised he's not happy, because this one is turned round.
Look at this.
Yeah, the pawn on d6 is weak. So why can't we play rook f6 here? Oh. Did Caliveres chicken out? He's better.
He is better. He could have continued the game.
This is not... Okay, so what do we do?
Well, I guess that's why Vocaturo for the draw. If it was just a simple equal position, he could have tried to play on. But this is unpleasant. Very unpleasant.
Rook e7.
Rook e7, so if I take, you capture on e4. Maybe.
This is a tough one.
Yeah.
Rook, because you could take on d6, rook e4, queen b6. Or give a check first. And queen b6. Okay, sorry, Anna, do you mind if we just have a very quick look at this?
Yeah,
I know this is
let's show it.
theoretical because the game is really drawn, but okay, so if I take on d6
Rook takes e4.
and I give a check on a7.
So, if I move to the back rank, I'm scared.
Yeah, because then...
Rook e7,
okay, so I've knocked the rook back, so now queen b6. So basically I'm just keeping an eye on...
Well, I was just hoping that I will also get my check in here.
Yeah, now. King h3, I was hoping that this would be okay. So you got queen c8 check.
Yeah.
And then I've got rook e6.
Uh-huh.
I didn't get much further than that.
Queen endgame.
Queen endgame.
Could be. Also, do I have anything else? I just want to get my queen in. Can I just play this?
Queen f7.
I mean, who's giving
and
me?
queen f1. Oh, that's cheeky. Okay, then rook f6.
Rook f6. Check. Rook e6.
Okay, it's not so clear.
I spotted something that I like. Of course, it's not
Please.
force, but I like it.
Go on.
Then I can take this.
Yeah, but Oh, you got to check on h5. Yeah, but no.
It's not forced because you have a check on the 7th rank, I know.
Yeah, I check on c7
and
so yeah, if king g8, I've got rook g6. So
Yeah.
you've got to play there. This isn't forced.
I know it's not forced at all.
Could be a draw. Queen b8 check.
I come back.
Yeah. Queen c7. It's a draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well-
Well, we'll leave it there. Good. Correct result. Okay, moving on.
I'm just going to close these tabs.
Shall we have a look at our friend from China, Mr. Li Di against Maxime Lagarde?
Of course, that's board 2, 20-year-old Chinese grandmaster with the white pieces. This is the current position after move 28, bishop a6.
Wow, and clock times 10 minutes for the Chinese player, remaining 3.5 minutes for Maxime Lagarde. And a very difficult position with black's pieces kind of slightly scattered. There's weak pawns on c7. Can we, Anna, just very quickly, should we just go back?
Oh, wait, there's been a couple of moves. Rook takes bishop a6, knight d5, g5.
G5, wow. Both kings a little bit insecure. There's a check on f6. There's yeah, what's going on there? Because I can still bring the other one up. Weird stuff. Okay, let's play rook f6. Let's see.
Rook f6 check. Where shall I go? I mean, I don't
I'm
want
getting through to the king. I've got rook c7 coming.
Yeah, I cannot step onto the 7th rank for all sorts of reasons.
Yeah.
So
Okay, but now I take on f5 because I want rook g5 check.
Yeah,
Black's king's in trouble. It's in big trouble.
I like this.
I've got. Yeah. What do you play?
Wait a second.
Suddenly
this
you're
is
playing with the black pieces.
I don't like
I
this.
don't want to take the black pieces.
I don't like
here.
this whole black. Did he actually played g5 here?
Wow.
I don't like g5. Rook
That's
f6.
very risky.
So he is the higher rated player, Maxime Lagarde, current French champion with the black pieces. g5. Is he taking too much of a risk?
Rook f6. Come on, put the pressure on. Put the pressure on. You can do it. Can he actually take on? I think he can take on c7 anyway. I don't know. I like rook f6. I think we start to attack the king. But also, once we take on f5, it secures the knight on e5 when we when black exchanges on f4.
Absolutely. I don't know why g5 was the choice of Lagarde. Is he in trouble already here? I mean, the knight is beautiful, c5.
I think he's in trouble.
Pawn hanging, so he's trying to complicate the position.
I think he's in massive trouble here. Massive trouble. Because the rook is just taking on c7 and the knight is a monster. I think he just thought the knight on e5 is so strong.
It's been played. Rook f6 check.
Rook f6 played. I just think he thought the knight's so strong on e5, somehow he had to kind of try and undermine it.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like a happy bunny, does he?
No, it's an
No.
extra pawn for white. The knight is still on e5. He's going to
Take with the king.
back.
Take with the king.
But then bishop e2. Or is
Oh, I don't care.
You
We're
don't care?
gonna
Okay.
play rook c7.
Yeah.
G6.
Oh, knight g6.
Knight
is
g6.
different too.
It's all knight c6 is.
Oh,
knight,
everything.
everything is hanging.
Knight
Knight
c6.
c6, knight g6,
Family
rook
force.
c7, rook f7.
Oh my word.
Everything.
This is terrible.
Everything.
Does he even have a move to continue the game? King takes. What is he going to do? King e6.
King e6. Well, this is brave. Maybe it's the only move. Yeah, but this is almost like a helpmate position.
Kind of feels like that too.
But okay, what is black's threat exactly? Because if rook d4, we've still got e4, and that's
Yeah.
that clump in the middle is beautiful. So why don't we just play Well, rook c6, we've got rook d6. Okay, let's play rook takes pawn.
Take the pawn, second pawn, and as you said, there's e4 if a check comes on the fourth. And I think Lagarde knows that he's lost and he just tries, as a last chance, is g5, and if there's anything, but he...
Well, then okay, maybe he wants to take on e2, and then he is threatening rook d4.
Okay, so it's not...
Okay, this wins. We've got rook c6 check.
Yeah.
And if rook d6, we take, and we've got knight c4. Or knight f7, or anything you like. Knight f7, one of these. Okay, so this wins. Yeah. Okay, so I think...
And this is made into...
Yeah.
I guess we will see a resignation soon. We could stay here.
I think it's gone. So just to repeat, Li Di rated 25.43, Maxime Lagarde 26.55. Lagarde, I think, is 25 years old. Yeah, Li Di 21 years old, and we had a feeling that he's basically massively underrated, the Chinese player.
He still hasn't taken on c7, but we are predicting that he will capture the pawn, and we don't see a move for black.
Yeah, I mean, the body language says it all, doesn't it? Lagarde, I'm afraid, he's gone a very strange colour. He's gone the colour of your shirt today, Anna, basically.
Fuchsia.
He's gone fuchsia. He's matching the colour of your shirt. I'm afraid it's gone. Well, this looked like a really good game. Very interesting way to play it. He's hovering, here he goes. No, he's played e4! He's played e4. It doesn't look...
It could still be just very good.
It's, of course, this is still... I mean, this is a really nice... Now he's threatening knight c6.
According to our producers and the engine, this is the most accurate e4.
Oh, the engines. It's a very solid move because it guards the king. He's threatening knight c6. He can still go back to rook c7. This is gone. It is... I think it's a really nicely played game.
It is. Maybe we could leave them on the camera. I'm expecting a resignation from the French champion. We could bring up Chuky's game in the meantime. I see it's being requested in the chat.
Yeah,
but
Chucky Cam.
I want to see a handshake here because I think this is about to be over.
Yeah, definitely. We can go to Chucky Cam any moment.
Yeah, I'm going to check the position because I think we already have analyzed this position. There's not much to add to this. After e4, well, same threats everywhere. And it's already an extra pawn. Basically, black's pieces are all over the board, but definitely not in harmony, just as if they were thrown on the board wherever they fall. And it is just about resignation time for Lagarde. I think he will make a move or two, but that shouldn't change the result. So Chuky with the white pieces. We're gonna leave the camera on board 2, Li Di against Lagarde. Ivanchuk with the white pieces has...
Right, so what did he do? Now this is interesting. Let's wow.
This position.
Okay, let's rewind. Let's go back. How did we get there?
We saw it when Eggleston pushed h5, rook e1, h4. This happened. Rook on e2. He didn't play e4. Oh, he maneuvered to the c5. We were expecting
back again.
e4.
Okay, that's funny. Let's see.
A bit of maneuvering.
Okay, Chucky's now he's taken control.
Oh, and Lagarde resigned.
Yeah. Great game for the Chinese player.
Absolutely. 20-year-old Chinese Grandmaster Li Di is now on 4 out of 4 after beating one of the top seeds today.
So there is Vasily Ivanchuk with the white pieces against David Eggleston. Let's catch up with the moves. So at the moment, Chucky is... Ooh, bishop f5.
Pretty move.
Very nice. Fork here. And the bishop came back. So, queen b1. This looks really nice.
Classy.
He's probing at the king side. Very nice. Suddenly he's turned his attention.
Oh, and the resignation. So let's see the final position because we missed it. After bishop c8, what was the final move of Mr. Ivanchuk? still can't see it on our board.
Should we just see how we got there?
Yeah, just a moment. I just wanted to show the final position. Do you see what he played?
Actually, no. It could be that
Wait, the knight is on f5. I think knight f5. Could be.
It could be he gave up without waiting for a move. Yeah, it actually looks pretty simple. Let's just see how we got there, because this looked really nice maneuvering from Chucky.
Rewinding it all the way to this position with queen b1, very nice, f5, g4. Once again, this is the problem. f4, rook to c1, simple chess.
Wow.
King e7, bishop takes, f3, check. And he just took it with the king. It's not even
really simple.
Not even more than. Well,
so at the moment, basically, black is 2 pawns down, and his king is getting ripped.
I think this is the final position.
Okay, so that gets so we got to take, and we just recapture with the bishop or queen.
Both.
Which one do you like?
I think I would take with the queen.
The bishop's on prise on g6.
Oh.
We better.
Maybe I shouldn't take
let's
with the queen. I think I need a break.
Okay, wait a second. Let's just go back, because we could have taken on g6 as well. E8 as well.
Earlier. But the thing is, maybe our board is showing bishop c8 because. Wait a second. In the game, there is no bishop on c8. Maybe they started placing the pieces. No, the pieces are not back. I'm just wondering if he even made bishop c8 as a move, or he just resigned.
Well, it seems to me that you can, of course, just take the rook on e8, but knight f5 is also good. Well,
so if knight f5, bishop takes.
Yeah. Okay, you're 2 pawns up. You've got rook h5 coming, for example.
Yeah, everything.
Knight f4, everything. Yeah. Okay, this is beautiful.
Makes sense to resign.
Yeah.
I think we're going for a short break, and we hope to have some of the winners of today's round into studio. So we're going to take our break to try to bring in the players here. Vasily Ivanchuk would be a great guest, I feel like.
It would be certainly interesting.
So we're going to come back in a few minutes with the rest of the games from round 4. Stay tuned.
See the light of a new day dawning. Feel the light from a beating heart. And you know that we'll never say never if we ever get the chance. And it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. This feeling's running high. To be alive, this feeling's running high. Oh, life is calling.
Welcome back everyone to round 4 of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. We have seen some fascinating games, including the victory of Vasily Ivanchuk. We hope to have him in the studio, but I think at the moment we cannot find him.
Chucky's on the run. Chucky's on the run somewhere in Sitges, somewhere in Catalonia. We don't know where he is. We're going to try and track him down. He's a wild beast.
He is. And on that note, I wanted to mention that we had a break. I went to the ladies' room and someone tried to flush down his score sheet in the toilet. I just thought to mention. It's actually the, how should I put it, the unisex toilet. So it could have been anyone. Not Chuky, he had a great
rather
game.
disgusted with their game. Now, we're just being told that Praggnanandhaa has won his game, but yeah, it looked as though it was heading in that direction. So he beat Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia, and we're going to check out the board 1 game between the 2 Ukrainians, Anton Korobov and Kirill Shevchenko.
This is the current position, I believe, after King G4, Rook B4, King H5. Good news for Shevchenko is that he completed move 40, so he gets an additional half an hour. Bad news is that the position is still a pawn down, and Korobov will try forever.
Yeah, well, it looks like I said a few moves ago that there were a few moves that I wanted to get in for white. I wanted to play H4 and King H3 and King G4. Well, magically he's managed to get all those moves in. Can we just see how exactly he achieved that?
Sure.
So
somewhere around here.
Yeah.
King G7, H4, Bishop to C6 to protect the pawn, and then Rook F5. Your plan?
Yeah. Okay, I played it immediately, but yeah, we got there basically. And now Rook B4 and King H5. Well, that is definitely where we want the king, putting pressure on the H6 pawn. And, you know, I mentioned some circumstances where it might even be possible to exchange rooks for white. We don't want to entertain that idea at the moment, but basically white has an attack on black's king. You know, bishop, rook and king are serious attacking force, actually, and the bishop on d4 is a problem because actually it can't connect with the king side, with the pawn on e5. So that is not easy. But how do we do it? Because I wanted to play bishop d5 and rook f7, but bishop d5, I suppose, can be met by rook c7 to cover.
Yesterday, this is exactly what happened in Korobov's game against Sindarov, that he had this pass pawn the same, even on the same file. So it was on b4 for black, trying to push b3, and he combined it with an attack against the king. So when he was threatening mate, his opponent had to shift his pieces to the defense of the king, and that's when he managed to get rid of the blockade and start pushing the pass pawn. It was very instructive, and he's kind of mirroring that strategy.
Yeah.
The question is how to execute it.
Well, I'm just wondering if we can play g4, g5, and then put the rook on f6, and start checking the king along the 6th rank.
Could be an idea. I think we'll see a combination of those ideas. We're going to leave it to Korobov to figure out the exact move order.
Just a quick reminder of the time control. So it's 90 minutes to move 40?
Yes.
Is that right?
And then an additional half an hour from move 41.
Only a half an hour from...
And the 30-second increment. So the 30-second increment
only
from
half
the
an hour.
beginning, and half an hour from move 41.
Okay, so that is... And then they play to a finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is fairly... Thank you. We've got the reminder there. Apologies, everyone. It's my first day. I'm just tuning in to the details of the tournament. But that is actually quite a fast time control, because you get to move 40, but actually, you know, you're almost kind of in permanent time pressure, even after move 40.
So is Shevchenko. Look at the time situation. 20 minutes of time difference.
Exactly, because you only get 30 minutes added on, so that's real pressure. So I'm thinking g4, g5 here. But then again, we've got to watch the rook coming and checking from the back. But anyway, g4 feels like a start for white. But basically, if white can get that rook in, then I think it could be fatal for black, and I think he's going to achieve it somehow. I'm not quite sure how.
Yeah, we'll need to see how Corbeau will decide to play, whether g4, g5 will be played here later, or will he try a different way. Let's also check our other top board that is still in play, Donchenko against
Yes.
Narayanan on board 3. So in this game, after move 41, they also have managed to reach the time control, knight e3, king c6 and king to d3.
Well, to be honest, they've managed to keep the game alive, which actually I wasn't expecting after, let's say, the first 12 or 13 moves. I thought it looked like they were actually drifting towards a draw.
Just a reminder that the
First
opening
20
seemed
moves, yeah.
very solid.
But actually they've kept the pieces on, and it's more interesting because the knight on a5 ties down white to the b pawn, but white has managed to damage the pawns on the other side of the board. Now, who is better and why? It seems to me that white is actually very close to achieving something real here.
Only if the bishop was not a1 but d2. I wish.
Yeah. But that actually gives me an idea.
What's your idea, Mr. King?
Thank you for prompting me. Because it could be that we can actually give that pawn.
You would sacrifice it with bishop. Wait, do you want to give it up now?
In some moment to break through.
We'll come back with this endgame, but
Yes.
we have a special guest joining us, so we need a quick technical break.
Okay.
And get him a microphone, and then we'll analyze this endgame, but also his game. So stay tuned for our guest, the winner of today's round.
When we were young, the higher places made us strong together. Every day, we told each other to be friends forever. Mistakes and troubles didn't bring us down. Friends and lovers just fooling around.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm being joined by Grandmaster Vasil Duraibali from Azerbaijan, who won his game against Sergei Lobanov, and it was one of the most exciting middle game positions we were analyzing with this typical exchange sacrifice on c3. Congratulations on the victory, Vasil. And if you could please take us through the critical moments of the game.
So I spent like 40 minutes here trying to understand if the exchange sacrifice works after knight d5, queen e2. This position is a bit different than dragon variation where pawn is on g6.
Sorry, I think I'll need to check your microphone. Are we good, Peter? I think if you keep talking, they will let us know.
Yeah, this position, I think, yeah, if pawn was on g6, rook c3 is working, because after rook c3, b takes c3, bishop c4, queen wouldn't have been able to take h5, but in this position he could take. And I was trying to understand if I could continue attacking, but I couldn't see any further improvement. For instance, if queen d7, then f4, forcing my knight to go to g6, and probably this position is okay for white. But then I found this interesting idea, queen d7. Now it seems like he could play rook d4 and stop my knight coming to c4, but actually rook d4 doesn't stop, because now I have this combination.
Oh.
Bishop takes c3, now I want bishop d2. So here he could play maybe king d1, bishop d2, rook c7. This position, it looks like black has edge, in my opinion.
Were you calculating all this before sacrificing the exchange?
Yes, yeah. I did not see the move king d1, but then when this position arrived, I saw the idea, because what I saw that if king d1, I take bishop d2 and h1, and this position should be at least okay for black. Also here, I think the most accurate move was knight d4, which I was calculating mostly. This position very interesting. Knight d4. I can keep my bishops. No, I cannot really keep, because knight f5 and then e7 is hanging. He's gonna take g7. But I was gonna take on d4, bishop d4, and play e5, bishop b6, rook c8, and this position is slightly better for me, but maybe not much. But here my opponent made another mistake. He played, so queen b5, he played knight c5, which is very bad move. Here I could have won beautifully, but I decided to play safely. So here I had this very beautiful mate, knight b2, rook b4, king d2, f takes e6. Now rook b4, and this knight a4.
Oh.
b5, and okay, king a5, queen c7. And this is the mate.
That's very pretty.
Yeah. Then I was like, maybe I should calculate these variations, because after knight e3, it is safe bet. White doesn't have any chance, and I am gonna win slowly. It is what happened. So in the game, it went like that. Bishop e5. Now I am threatening. Bishop f4, queen b1, and take h1, and here I took c3. The problem is that he cannot go to the endgame, because this is a typical position where pawn goes forward, and he cannot do anything.
That's very instructive, that the exchange down, but you can go for the endgame, for the a-pawn.
I think I had seen this kind of idea somewhere, that's why it was easy to find. So here he resigned because g5 is hanging. Actually h4 move, I like it, because when I attack, he did not have h4. And in this position, the last attempt could have been this, but then c2 and g5 both are hanging. Here he resigned, he didn't play rook g1.
That's been a beautiful game and very instructive too. That you can even go for an end game. Where do you think he made a mistake? If this all was so forcing.
So first of all, I'm not sure about the opening move G5 here. People usually play something else like Queen D2. They wait at least a bit, maybe put Bishop on E2, then play G5. Because here I might have played some other line. Actually, we were discussing with my opponent Sergey that here actually I could have played A5, A4, and then play Rook C8. Now, in case long castle, there is B4 square. Maybe this position even worse than what I did in the game. So maybe I should have played A5. A4 and then go to this combination, because even if you look like the same position now, for instance, knight E5, queen E2, and here let's say A4 is hanging as well.
Yes, on top of that.
Yeah, on top of that. Also there is of course knight B4. I'm not sure that he can do anything. Yeah.
So it was already bad with this G5.
Yeah, I think, but I'm not sure. I need to check. But it seemed to me that it wasn't right time for playing G5.
It was a very impressive, and congratulations one more
Thank you.
time. Every day we have a question of the day, and today it's all about preparation. So I wanted to ask you, how did you prepare for this game, and how do you prepare in general during open tournaments?
So I used to not to prepare much for our games, like maybe to look at what my opponent plays and check my openings. But in this tournament, I am taking a bit seriously. Like I am trying to find like what are the weaknesses of my opponent and try to use it. And I spend more time for preparation than I used to. Yeah, that's
More time meaning, if you can say roughly how much you prepare.
I think 2 hours or 2.5, like that.
And apart from the preparation, what do you spend your time with here in Sitges?
We ride bicycles along the sea, and the weather is nice so far. So we enjoy walk and have good food, I guess.
I think that sounds like a perfect day. 2 hours of preparation,
Yes,
a bit
sure.
of riding a bicycle, and then winning a game in style with this Sicilian exchange sacrifice and going for the attack. Congratulations, and
you very
good luck
much.
for the remaining event.
Thank you.
A short break while Mr. King comes back from his chocolate break. No, I don't think he had any chocolate. Too bad.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. We've reached the time control, still plenty of games going on and some really exciting positions. We'd like to turn back to the game between Hannu Stefansson from Iceland and SP Settaraman. And, well, we left it in an intriguing situation where we felt that Stefansson had some good chances, but actually this game is just really wild. I mean, that is the position after move 41, where Settaraman has just played the queen to d4, and he looks like he's threatening to come in with the queen. Checks all over the place. Anna, how on earth did we get to this position?
That was going to be my question too, because now I like black's position. But earlier it was the king on g6. We thought it was a game of draughts, everything on the light squares. Let's just show it where it all started. Everything on light squares for black. Perfect position. But it means lots of holes on the dark squares, weaknesses everywhere. And this king and bishop situation was concerning for Settaraman. What happened later? The trade of rooks on the 4th rank. Queen e5, rook c1, queen c7. And somewhere here it starts slipping out of white's hands, the control of the game.
Well, we don't know yet. I mean, it's...
I'm not claiming he's lost,
Yeah.
but black has made progress somewhere here, starting with the activity of his heavy pieces. The queen on d4.
Well,
Rook on
yes.
d5, and this rook on h3.
Terrible. Yeah, it looks now as though white's pieces have somehow been driven. There's some centrifugal force which has driven them to the sides of the board, and black's queen beautifully centralized, and now the king on f3. My word. I mean, what does the body language tell us? Oh, if we got some more moves, it's all happened very quickly.
Oh, do you have?
And Stefansson is a piece down. Maybe he had to do this.
Let's see.
Let's see.
So he played after queen d4, queen c7, queen d1 check, king takes f4, rook g4 check.
Okay, so he's just won a piece basically.
Yeah, with a check on top of it.
Well, this should be game over. I mean, black's king is a little bit exposed, but, well, there's a strong passed pawn on c4. Bit of decent technique, and it should be all over. So that is, well, that's an impressive turnaround by Settaraman, because his position looked very dubious at some point. So, yeah, let's switch from that. Pretty clear, piece up, should win it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as a result, once again, a great result for Raymond Song. He was on 3 out of 3, the lowest rated player on 3 out of 3, and he has just made a draw against one of the top seeds, Hrant Melkomian. This is the final position.
Well, that was actually, well, okay, now they've hoovered everything off the board. Black's king is going to take the pawn on f6. That's a draw. But Anna, we left the position when white was starting to attack, and it looked like a pretty crazy situation. Maybe I think we have to go. We have to go back about 30 moves to find out what happened.
Knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5.
Bishop g2. We were analyzing knight takes g2 somewhere along these lines.
Wow, very direct play by white.
And then he captured the pawn on b7.
Thank you very much.
Free stuffs.
Yeah. Wow.
Another free pawn, but it took this tactical motive to make it free, because the white is winning the piece back. Very nicely played. How comes he didn't win the game after all this?
Okay, what at this moment? What's the score? It's white has 6 pawns against black's 3. Wow. Okay, white's pawns aren't beautiful, but even so, let's see. Yeah. Okay.
Now it's
two pawns.
Still should be.
Black's king is better than white's.
That is true. And the knight on g2 is not very useful.
No. Okay, well, so the a pawn dropped. Okay, now it should be a draw.
And just to mention that we have another game that finished, but the players are still analyzing there in the playing call. You may see them. It's Tabata Bey and Levan Aroshidze draw. That was board 5.
Well,
so in this game, basically, White started out with 3 extra pawns, but they started disappearing from the board.
okay, I think we can say that this was not an easy position to control because White's pawns were a bit scattered, but it was 3 pawns at one moment.
And then only 1 in a rook endgame, where Black played f5. Look at this grandmaster technique to make a draw.
Good move. Because actually, if you don't play f5, then it's tricky. Because then White will play h5, and after that exchange, then we get to territory where Black can easily go wrong, actually.
Absolutely.
But f5 is clever because obviously White's king hasn't got a move.
Sorry.
So after f5, the only legal move for White is to take with the pawn and then king takes, and it's just an easy draw after that.
Even without the g6 pawn, if the f6 pawn is captured, but he doesn't need to give it up to prove it, right?
Yeah, demonstrating that one's not so simple, of course, but anyway.
Still a good result for Raymond Song. Maybe he had more in this game, especially when it felt like, it's a couple of extra pawns. It wasn't that simple, but he had the upper hand in most of the game against one of the top seeds.
Anna, I wonder if you could just indulge me for a moment, because I'd like to look and see how my compatriot Stephen Gordon is getting on. He's on board 11. We haven't checked in on his game at all. He's playing black against Murali Karthikeyan.
Karthikeyan, I believe, is a 2-time Indian champion and still so young, 20 years old, if I'm correct.
Rated 26-11, so not easy for Stephen Gordon, who's just coming back into playing a little bit more chess.
So you said that he's
board
taking
11.
a year to play
Well, I'm
chess
about a year. I'm
full-time.
not sure
Or
about a year,
sometime.
but he's taking a little time off.
Trying to find him on this
Yeah.
list. Did you see his name?
It's board 11. Yep, to the bottom there.
Oh, there.
Yep. Okay. Wow, Stephen is 2 pawns up.
Look at it. 2 pawns.
Looks, well, he's not going to lose. And I would say he has every chance of winning. Well, this looks great.
It seems like a great year for Stephen. I mean, I don't know his other tournaments, but if he has just started with more chess, less of his office work. He said that he had a full-time job earlier.
Well, I mean, this must be winning. It doesn't look very complicated.
We have a bird's view camera on the 2 players. The 2-time Indian champion against Stephen Gordon from the Full English Breakfast. The podcast are very popular.
So, the king can come to f6 and then g5 and so on. And we can also push the a pawn. Okay, it's just a winning position. Great. It looks, well, we haven't seen the rest of the game, but it looks like a great result anyway. A simple win. Okay.
It was a good moment to tune into the game.
Definitely. Should we just pop back and see board 1?
Yeah. So we have board 1, board 3 and board 4 among the top boards that are still in play. Kurbov with an extra pawn in an opposite colored bishop endgame with a pair of rooks. He has pushed g4, that was your idea, and possibly g5 in the future.
Black's rook is now passive.
It is. It had to go there because Kurbov has brought his rook back to support the b pawn, so only the bishop is not enough to control the b6 square unless he places the bishop on b6.
This is looking very serious for Black now. Very serious indeed, because if the rook comes in, then it is game over. So we only need to shift the rook to, well, where's it going to go to? It could, sometimes we can even just give that pawn. Rook c3 down to c7. Not quite sure why he didn't play Rook C1 actually in that case. He could have
Earlier?
Because on his last move was
Here after Bishop
Rook
F2.
B3, so I wonder what he's...
So you're saying to come to the c file immediately?
Maybe he didn't want to allow Bishop E3, I don't know. Is it that
To check and
significant?
take this pawn.
Maybe that was the problem. But it doesn't look that significant. Maybe he's just being ultra careful. But Rook B3 cuts out Bishop E3. Or indeed Bishop G3. I bet it was a good move anyway. Anyway, he's played Rook B3. And it feels like Korobov is making serious progress now.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be very similar to yesterday's story. It's only a pawn up in an opposite colored bishop endgame with one rook for each player, but there's so much pressure on the position because of this passed pawn and time pressure too. So yesterday too he had way more time than his opponent. Very, very inspiring to see how this that starts as something as, oh, this is just a slight advantage, opposite color bishops, but he keeps pushing and making progress while black can barely defend. And another board among the top boards that we wanted to look at was board 3 and 4, but let's just sum up the results of the rounds so far, since most of the top boards have finished.
So board 1 was the one we're looking at.
Yes, and there was a very fine win for Li Di, 20-year-old Chinese grandmaster on board 2 against the current French champion and one of the top seeds, Maxime Lagarde.
Now we'll check back in with boards 3 and 4 in a second, but then we have draws a little further down with Tabatai against Arashidze and this very interesting Benoni game between Kelleres and Vocaturo.
Lev Yankelevich will not want to remember today's game. That was this Queen D6, Queen D8 strange maneuver. Narayan won in a crushing style, and Praggnanandhaa also won a fine game against the top female player Nino Batsiashvili.
And yeah, looking further down, just before we switched, we saw that Nihal Sarin actually drew that game. Yeah, it did look very tight, as though he wasn't going to make any progress there.
Vasif Duraibali's win was just shown here by the grandmaster himself from Azerbaijan. Fine win with Rook takes C3, exchange sacrifice.
Ahmed Adli lost pretty badly against Ariel Ehrenberg from Israel. Timur Garev won his game. We'll have to check in on that actually. I'd like to see what happened there. We haven't had a chance to look at that yet.
And these have been the top results. Once again, we are back on board 1 with our camera, but I like your suggestion to check Timur Garev's game, the Blindfold King, holding the record, the world record of blindfold time was 48 boards at the same time, blindfold. Imagine playing on 48 boards at the same time without seeing the positions.
Yeah, absolutely remarkable.
He was just riding a bike at the same time, like a gym bike.
Yeah, I don't get that.
An addition.
That was all a bit bonkers. We saw him last night. He was on good form. Friendly guy.
Very friendly.
There we go. Let's have a look. So he defeated Burak Firat
from the Olympic team of Turkey. This is the final position. It's 2 extra pawns, so it makes sense to resign here as black. What happened earlier, maybe somewhere here, this still seems normal.
Looks like a very typical kind of queen's pawn endgame. You often get these from the Catalan, and it looks like white is just active here and...
Too active.
Yeah, this one.
First pawn has dropped. How forcing was this?
Well, it was actually still equal pawns there, but...
Was it?
Yeah,
oh, I didn't realize,
because the pawn on E2 had dropped. But it's highly unpleasant for black in any case. So
this is equal pawns, but after B4, G5... Wait, I'm not getting... I'm not receiving any moves. Well... it was a fine game.
Well, I mean, in this moment, we can see that Garev has a huge advantage. I mean, I imagine...
No, it just jumps sometimes, so now we can show the entire game. You were saying that already in this position,
it looks fantastic for white just because of the control on the 7th and the queenside pawn majority ultimately. Thing is, look at black's king. In order to get counterplay, black needs to push the kingside pawns forward, but that means the king is completely cut on the 7th, and this is absolutely hopeless. So looks like a pretty fairly simple victory for Goreev. At least, we can say that.
We know the result. We see the final
hindsight,
position.
Exactly, it's all very easy with hindsight, but during the game, of course, it's never simple.
I'd like to see what's going on board 3. That's Donchenko against Narayana, the trainer of Nihal Sarin. This endgame that we were analyzing before Grandmaster Durai Bali joined us in the studio. There's some progress. Remember the bishop was on a1 here, and then king c6, king d3, knight to c2, knight c6, and the bishop came out.
Now let's see, because black also manages to... not so simple. It feels to me as though white is so close to getting a real serious advantage here, a real clamp on the position. But Narayanan is trying to shake things. He wants to get in f4, and then d4 will be under fire. So does white have time to get in knight g2? Or does black play f4 in this position? Let's try this.
Let's see.
Or is white going to play... White has rook c1 as well.
Think we just... a pair of moves happen.
He's played f4.
f4 and bishop to f2, I believe, by Donchenko.
Yeah, it looks like f4, bishop f2. So basically, if white had exchanged, then the d4 pawn was hanging. So Donchenko has to do this.
Yeah, let's just show it on the board real quick that the bishop absolutely should stay on the board.
Doesn't look very good, does it?
No, so he was forced to go bishop f2. If black takes, he'll capture back with the pawn, obviously, because he needs to keep protecting the pawn on d4.
And, I want to play this move rook c1 to, hit those minor pieces. And then black's king would have to go back, so, that's some progress, but it's like black has managed to create enough counterplay by attacking the d-pawn. It's very tight, this one. I mean, maybe black is just fine here.
Could be. But what I don't think is fine is the time that we are seeing on the clocks. I don't believe that they are on an hour and a half. Okay, now it's better. Did you see? For a moment, it showed way more time. 15 minutes for Donchenko, 17 for Narayana.
And this is what we mentioned earlier about the time control. This is fast. So basically, that's all the players have on their clock. Okay, I know they get 30 seconds per move, but basically, if they're just only playing on the 30 seconds, they're heading into serious time pressure. They haven't got time for a massive dive into the tank. They've just got to play it out.
Yeah, this is a very exciting endgame.
It's very tense because actually there are so many weak points in black's position. Can black hold it together? After that exchange on g3, let's say white puts the knight on f3 and then switches the rook to h1 to attack the h-pawn. You see, that's another point which is actually a little bit weak. So I'm not sure what's going on here.
Very exciting. I think we're going to continue with this endgame after we take a look at the board 4 as well. And then I think we go for a technical break and have a special guest joining us in the studio very shortly. So Stefansson had a good game today, started out well for him, but then Saturn turned the tables, and it's a piece up for black. Should be winning, but still has a bit of a practical chance due to the checks with the queen. But at the moment, it only looks like this is one check, and pretty much the end of the game. Some technical difficulties on how to convert it, but I think for Saturraman this is actually an easy task. Let's check one more time the endgame on board 1. So Korobov with the extra pawn, he gave up the b pass pawn for the h pawn. Now he's giving a check on the 7th rank to take on h6. He's going to have an h and g connected pass pawns.
Okay, so he's basically made the plunge. He could have sacrificed this some time ago, but he was clearly not quite convinced by this. But I mean, it feels to me like white should be winning this position. I tell you what, if Shevchenko holds this, I will be really, really impressed, because he's been under the cosh for a long time here. But well, let's take on h6 and see what happens.
King takes h6. These are going to start rolling if black has nothing against it. And what would black have actually? As you said, this bishop is not doing anything on the king's side. It's blocked by the e5 pawn.
Well, we could start with rook b6 check.
Rook b6. So you're saying if I play bishop g6, at least you can push the pawn.
Yeah, that could be good. So maybe we have to go king h7.
But even in that position, what if I allow you to do that and I'm claiming that I have tricks?
Okay, so king g8.
So let it come here.
Oh, nasty, nasty. Yeah, okay, that's just good. Yeah, okay, I concede. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, it's just a bit annoying to have to block with the bishop, isn't it? Because now how do we advance the pawns?
And maybe it's not ideal. I was just thinking that the black king is so bad that I have this idea in every position.
And then back to e7.
Yeah, because I'm threatening rook e8 mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then you will have to play rook b8.
Not happy. Yeah.
Looking great for Korobov. It seems that he will move on to 4 out of 4. On that note, we are going to go for a short technical break, and we will be joined by one of the youngest grandmasters in the world who won his game in style today with the black pieces against Nino Batsiashvili.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival, and we've been joined by a very special guest, Ramesh Babu, Praggnanandhaa. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah,
and you've won a really nice game today against Nino Batsiashvili.
Yeah.
So do you want to take us through it? First of all, actually, no. Before I'm messing about now, but we have a question of the day each day, and our question is, how do you prepare actually for a game?
Just look at openings. I mean,
Just look at openings.
Yeah, I mean, what opponent is playing.
And how long do you spend over your preparation?
If my opponent plays something like a lot, then I take a lot of time. If just 1 or 2, then yeah, it takes. Depends actually.
Okay, so it could
Let's
be.
say it's 3 to 4 hours.
3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, it's 4:30 round, so I think I'll prepare on 3 to 4 hours.
So what's your routine? I mean, when do you normally wake up? What's
Usually I try to wake up at 8:30 or 9,
yeah?
and then have breakfast, then start preparing.
Start preparing. Right. And do you sleep before the game? Do you try and sleep? Because we're starting quite late here at 4:30.
Yeah. Somehow, I mean, I don't usually sleep in the afternoon.
No?
Somehow.
Okay, so you're up at 8:30 and you're powering through. Okay, that's impressive.
Because if I sleep, then I might be a bit tired after getting up.
A bit dozy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, interesting. Okay. Right. Well, now we know. So how long did you spend today over your preparation?
It's around 3 hours, I think.
About 3 hours.
Yeah.
And did you get your preparation on the board? Did you expect this?
Yeah, I got it actually.
Okay,
So,
interesting.
So I was preparing from D4 more exactly, but it was
Transposed.
Yeah. So she played H3 in I think last year or something.
Okay.
So I had a look at it, and usually they go castles, then bishop E3, then there are a lot of theory here, but
sure.
So I played E5, which I think there are some games recently. So I thought, okay.
But it's a little bit unusual, isn't it, to play E5 here?
It's unusual, but I just want to keep the king here for now and see what happens.
Well, we saw what happened. It went the other way.
Yeah, she went D5, A5, B3, knight A6. This all already played. Okay, G4, knight D7. Now here, I think there is she can go queen D2, which is one of the interesting options.
Yeah.
And also some H4 even. But I think knight G2 is somewhat not good here because I got this one, bishop F6. I'm threatening bishop G5. If she goes queen D2, then H6.
Yeah, it's funny. We were looking at this, and actually, I was a little bit surprised that she played F4 because I thought it was very difficult for White to actually make any progress after F4. But okay, after castle's queenside.
Yeah.
So bishop G. Okay, but if White just plays king B1 here.
Yeah, but I think I don't think I have any problems here. I think I have equal as something.
Just because you've exchanged off the bad bishop.
Yeah, she doesn't have any attack also. I can also do long castle.
Yeah.
And it's not easy to play for White. With the bishop on F1.
Yeah, I was just thinking knight C1 and
Even something like this, let's say.
Queen G5.
Even this.
Queen H4.
There's no attack. Also, I can go Queen G5 and exchange.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling there's no attack for her, and what White going to do.
Yeah. It's difficult, I suppose, when Black controls C5 and B4.
Yeah.
It's hard to guess anywhere.
I can just go knight C5, bishop D7, even short castle or long castle.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Okay, all right. So the game.
So she went F4. F4, knight F4.
But were you happy around here?
Yeah, I think it's it's equal.
Only equal.
I'm not sure. I'm better here because she also has H4 radius.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But you seem to be able to control those. Anyway, let's see.
I played knight E5.
Yeah.
So she went bishop E2, which is a natural move.
Mm-hmm.
I also I didn't really want to castle short because H4 at any point will be so risky. So I played queen E7.
Yeah.
And, here she went knight B5. I was thinking, there are some interesting ideas like H4, but I don't think here it works because I can just take the pawn. If there's some knight G2, I can just come back.
Yeah.
So there's nothing actually, but I was mainly considering rook df1. She will try to play on king side, but she went knight B5. First, my instinct was to play bishop D7.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't care about this pawn. If take just castles,
right,
then I'll play on the queen side. But I was worried of C5. Maybe this is good for black somehow. So I castle short, I think.
Okay.
Then some h4. It's so messy position.
Yeah, it's starting to.
Yeah, maybe still I think I'm okay because I can just take and come back to g5.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit messy though, isn't it?
Yeah, but I just thought, why should I play bishop d7? Like, allow
Yeah.
c5. I thought I can just go b6.
Yes.
There is nothing. So. But now I think rook h2 was a mistake. This plan of putting two rooks there.
It looks very slow, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I was thinking like somehow to bring the knight to f3 or something like that. But I think I have pleasant position here and
Yeah.
not to worry about it. Okay, rook h2. Yeah, I just went bishop d7. Now I was thinking maybe she goes h4. Yeah, let's say some bishop h4, then like just sack a pawn and play something like this. Or no, not here probably. I think knight g2 first.
Okay, so.
I mean, if I make a long castle, I think I'm just completely like better.
Okay, so the bishop comes back to f6.
f6 and try to do something like that. It's not easy actually.
The knight's not very good on g2,
Yeah.
is it? Yeah, it's bad.
But someone like this rook h1 plan was so slow. That's what.
Yeah. We enjoyed bishop h4 because it's like
Yeah, this.
it's like a helpmate for the rook on h2. Knight g2, bishop g3. It's funny.
But I was thinking like she should go knight a3 and try to extend the c5 knight. Because if I go knight c4, then queen c3.
I'll see.
Still, maybe I have some compensation, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay, but so instead of yeah. Well, I mean, you can play knight e5 here.
Yeah, no, but I didn't
You
really
do-
like it.
Rather than that. Why is that?
I don't really want to take with the pawn.
Yeah. You are a pawn up there.
Yeah, I am pawn up, but my a6 knight is bad. Yeah, probably this is also better for me.
Yeah. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, even rook d1. Yeah, but it should be better for
Yeah.
black. So.
Sure. Okay, let's see the game. But anyway, that was knight d3 instead. Yeah.
So yeah, knight d4, and now I was just happy. Like I got knight c5, considered rook, and
It's really interesting the way you played it, because you said right from the start your intention was to not to commit your king, and in fact your strategy is perfect because there are some variations where castle's kingside was very good for you, and now castle's queenside feels very good as well. So yeah, it's an interesting way to play actually.
no, it's not easy for white to play because it's not easy to make a plan now. So my a3 b4 is, I think, one of the plans. But still, after that, I can even take and play bishop a4. And let's say she also to get a3 b4, he has to play b3, a3, and b4.
Yeah.
And it takes long time.
Yes.
Say king b1. No, actually, I didn't check it much powerful engine, but like it was suggesting some h5.
Yeah, it's a really nice move.
But I was thinking knight d3, but anyway, it's like take, and just rook d8, and now I'm getting e4.
Yeah.
But I was thinking like, okay, let's make rook d8 and then play h5.
Because you couldn't see that she had a useful move anyway. So
No, yeah, she didn't have any.
yeah,
So now I got h5. And
Yeah.
I think already I'm just winning.
yeah,
It's not easy. Yeah, okay, here just take, and then queen e4 is winning.
yeah. So she gave up the exchange instead.
Yeah, no, it's already lost.
Mm.
So I got g4 and yeah, this is gone.
Yeah. So let's just continue because we'll go right to the end because we didn't actually see right to the end.
Okay, 6, 34. I can also take with the queen, but I thought, okay, why not keep the knight because the king is weak.
Yeah.
Knight g2, queen f6. Yeah, I think everything is winning here. Ready.
Mm.
Take, queen c2. Yeah, now she wants like king, put the king on his team. Yeah, just a4. And here I was somehow calculating something like this. Try to take this pawn, say this, and now I go like this.
Okay.
Okay, everything was.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, now it's just me.
Oh, that's nice. You switched. Very nice. Excellent. Yeah. Really, really good game. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Things are going well at the moment for you, aren't they? You've just come from London, where you... Well, tell everyone about your result in London. What did you score?
I scored 7.5, I think.
Yeah. And...
Yeah, I was tied for first.
Tied for first, yeah. Fantastic result. So now I think you're moving over 2600, I think, on your live rating list. Is that right?
Yeah,
or have I got that
I'm
wrong?
not sure. I think I've crossed 2600.
Yeah, I think you've crossed 2600. So, well, things are going extremely well. And well, when's your next tournament? We're still in the middle of this one, of course. But I mean, you're playing so much at the moment. It seems to me.
I played this World Youth and World Juniors, and then I had 1 month gap, and I'm playing these two.
Yeah.
I think then I will have some 1 month gap again.
Okay.
Play Gibraltar.
Oh, Gibraltar, of course. Yeah. Do you find any time to do any schoolwork?
Yeah, my school is supporting, so there's no problem.
When you say supporting, do they just say, "Oh yeah, go off and play some chess," or?
Yeah, they just support for chess. I mean, there are like 9 grandmasters from the school.
Okay.
From my school, and
9 grandmasters who are currently still in the school.
I mean, no.
In the past.
I mean, they were in the school, and then they became grandmaster when they were in school, and now they finished, of course.
Okay. But yeah, actually, yes. Who are the grandmasters?
I think it was Adiban.
Oh, Adiban.
And Sethuraman.
Okay.
Arvind, Karthikeyan.
Yeah.
And Gukesh.
Yeah. Wow. That's a pretty strong school team.
But yeah, they were studying in the past.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, I'm kind of being serious with this question. You know, you play so many tournaments. You're 14, right? Yeah. You still have to do your schoolwork. I mean, how do you combine the two? It must be really difficult.
Yeah, I try to write only exams.
Yeah.
And yeah, I try to study in the home, not go to school for the classes.
Okay, but you manage to pass the exams okay, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I love that. What's your favourite subject at school?
I mean, I try to write exams. Maybe probably I can say some maths or something.
Sorry, which is your favourite?
It says. I mean, there's nothing like favorite, but it's I'll say maths.
Maths?
Yeah, mathematics.
Oh, maths. Okay. Yeah, interesting.
But of course, I'm not so good at it. But it's interesting to calculate.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Well, listen. Thanks very much for joining us. And well, we look forward to seeing more from you. This was. Well, it was a really, really instructive game for me anyway. Yeah, well done. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So we'll take a short break, but we'll catch up with the other results soon. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Felt like I was attending a masterclass there on my chair.
Definitely. Seriously, I thought, I mean, of course, he's rated higher than Batsiashvili, but actually I thought it was so instructive, the way he kept his king in the middle of the board, And this is actually a little bit unusual way of playing against this h3 variation, not committing the king, and it worked like a dream with the king going to the queen side eventually. Fantastic game.
Definitely very instructive, and we wish the best of luck to Ramesh Babu.
Yeah.
He is one of the brightest prodigies from India, but he also mentioned Gukesh, Nihal Sarin, there's Ronak Sadhwani. They're all competing here in Sitges, so this tournament is hosting 85 players from India, actually. Anton Korobov won his game in the meantime, so we're gonna take a look at that endgame, opposite colored bishops against Kirill Shevchenko. I think we left it here at rook c7, check king f8, king takes h6, and it was looking already pretty bad for black. He played bishop f2, g5 by Korobov. He doesn't even care about this pawn because this is a queen. Rook b6, g6, bishop takes h4, king h7, and it's a girl. Bishop f6, bishop to c6.
That's a really beautiful final move. Of course, controlling the e8 square and now threatening rook f7 checkmate. It's interesting how the king controls g8. Yeah, nice mating pattern actually. Great technique from Anton Korobov, who is now in the lead with, a couple of others. Actually, not so many now. We'll have a look at the results now.
So Korobov won this instructive endgame at the board 3 clash. Donchenko against Narayanan ended in a draw, and Saturaman turned the tables against Stefansson.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that means we have 5 players who are now on 100%, on 4 out of 4.
Including Ramesh Babu Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, so we've got Narayanan, Praggnanandhaa, Setaraman, and Lee D and Anton Korobov. Those are in the lead, but 10 rounds tournament, still got a long way to go.
Long way to go, and hopefully that will be good news for Vasily Ivanchuk, who is in the chasing pack. He's got 3 points out of 4. So these are some of the other results between board 11 and 20. I would highlight the victory of your compatriot Stephen Gordon against the higher rated opponent Murali Kartikian, 2-time Indian champion.
And we saw earlier how Durabali from Azerbaijan won against Lobanov. Really nice game. Ahmed Adli lost pretty poor game against Ehrenberg, and Timur Goreyev won pretty smoothly on board 14.
Just like Jaime Santos on board 16, and the rest of the games from board 18 to 20 ended in a draw. Tomorrow we'll be back at the same time, same place, so do join us at 4:30 Spanish time. Before the broadcast, I believe we will have plenty of activities to attend. Mr. King, what's on the schedule tomorrow?
On the schedule tomorrow is wine tasting here at the hotel, and I've booked my place already. It's going to be a really interesting commentary tomorrow afternoon.
It's been a blast. It's amazing to have you here in Sitges. I must say I've been missing a co-host that would be physically present.
It's nice to be physically present, let me tell you that.
So thank you so much for making it to Sitges, Mr. King.
Pleasure.
And we'll be here till Sunday, 10 rounds all in all, here at the 6th edition of the Sunway Sitges Chess Festival. Join us tomorrow.
See you then. Bye now.
See the light of a new day dawning. Feel the love from a beating heart. And you know that we'll never say never if we ever get the chance. And it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. This feeling's running high. This feeling's running high. Oh, life is calling, and the world is beautiful. So beautiful. Life is calling, yeah, life is calling. Life is calling, the world is beautiful. Life is calling, and the world is beautiful.